Attention, driver, Pro-Am, drivers and teams, Pro-Am drivers and teams start heading to the tent for the next drivers meeting going into qualifying. Again, drivers and teams for Formula Drift Pro-Am, please make your way to the tent for the drivers meeting. Once again, drivers and teams for Formula Drift Pro-Am, please make your way to the tent for the drivers meeting. Attention, attention, drivers and teams competing in the Formula Drift Pro-Am, please make your way to the white tent for the drivers meeting leading into qualifying. Again, drivers and teams, please head to the white tent at the front of the track for a drivers meeting going into qualifying. Hello and welcome back to historic Sebring International Raceway for what is sure to be another exciting round of US Drift Circuit Formula Drift Pro-Am, brought to you by Link ECU, OMP Racing, Shift Culture, Golden Grown, and plenty more we'll get to in just a bit. I'd like to start off by introducing my new co-announcer that's going to be joining me today. Go ahead and introduce yourself.
Well, my name is John Warbe, and they also know me as Instructor Tiny on the Assetto Corsa. We do live events over here. I met my partner in crime right now on there, and I enjoy the whole culture of drifting. I'm actually excited to be here, man.
All right, awesome. And what we're going to be doing, and we'll talk about this a little bit later too, but now the reason we're doing this partnership is because we have some very exciting projects that are going to be coming up in the future. We've talked about it a little bit. Some people already know in the scene, but we are going to start working on a digital US Drift Circuit championship that's hopefully going to have prize awards or cash prizes. We're going to work on exactly what the nature that's going to be, but with the progress of that being worked on right now by a community called Arians Drift Community, and if you're already on the airways of Assetto Corsa or even on Discord, you already know who those guys are. So very happy to have you today. Very excited to see how this is going to go. We've done some of this already on Twitch, and it went pretty well. So what do you think so far? You saw these guys going out there and practice. What's some of this? I mean, what's your first impressions being out here for your first time?
Well, we had the opportunity to actually have a layout done previously, so I could practice a little bit of the commentary-wise here. But what I did notice is on that transition, on that first inner clip, they need to dive into that outer zone and get on throttle to ride the outer zone to actually get ready and to set them up for the final inner clip. It's going to be a tricky track. It looks simple, but also it looks a little bit similar to a reverse of Long Beach. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, and the judges were talking about that earlier. So this track takes a lot of inspiration from a couple different tracks, and when it comes to this stage in Pro-Am, we're expecting all of the drivers to rise to the occasion of technicality. And on this track, we're looking to see lots of full speed, full commitment on throttle, and it's going to happen in a lot of these different zones where if they aren't coming to that standard and not rising to the occasion, it's actually not going to set them up for the latter portions of the track. So very excited to see what's going to happen right now. If you guys are watching on the live stream, we're just taking a moment to set up the track. The drivers meeting has concluded. All these guys have had plenty of time to practice on track, get even a little bit of feedback from the judges in direct communication with their spotters, and now they're going to be lining up, and we'll get qualifying started pretty soon. Now, if you watched round one, the difference between round two, which was this weekend, and round one, which we've done in the past, is that that was just a one-day event. We had to do qualifying, and we had to do competition on the same day. Today is just going to be qualifying. They're going to have a jam sesh later on tonight, and then tomorrow around 1:45 p.m. we'll kick off the top 16 bracket of a competition, or higher if we have more drivers that make it through qualifying.
Yeah, I'm very excited. I see some tandems today. They're a little spicy. I enjoyed it. My favorite was actually how the judges were looking at the layout, and they adjusted a little bit to try to make it more efficient for these drivers to go from that outer zone and going deep into that first final inner clip. So I don't know if you were here for the communications the judges were having on that, but what do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that's a really tough task in the Pro-Am stage of competition, and this is the same challenges that the judges face in Formula Drift when they're coming up with the track layouts, is that you want to see what types of problems the drivers are struggling with on track and try to make sure that the track is fluid while still being technical. And that's a very hard line to ride, because if a driver's making a mistake just because they're not executing the track correctly, you can't simply make a track adjustment just because of that. You have to find someone who's already taking on the track in a very fluid manner and is specifically only getting choked up because of poor design or poor layout of the track, and try to just make enough changes that you can aid the driver and making sure that there's a reward for executing that layout correctly and still keeping it very competitive. So I loved listening to the changes that we talked about, and the judges were willing to share with us all of those minutiae of changes, and it looks like the key lesson for all the drivers to take from the result that we're going into with qualifying is just simply use all of the track. Most of these guys are having a little bit of issue with confidence. They're not executing the full outer zones, and unfortunately, if you don't use all of the track, you're only giving yourself less room for error in the latter portion.
Yeah, that's definitely true, especially on that first inner clip after that outer zone in the beginning. With that inner clip, if they actually commit to that outer zone, the next outer zone, and throttle on and just ride it all the way out, that's going to set them up for the final inner clip. And a lot of the guys were kind of hesitant a little bit, but then we saw some people put out some spicy runs, and it was exciting.
Yeah, and I think definitely the way that we can do the schedule is going to help because they got the chance, we got to see a little bit more aggression and some of those really fun to watch runs because they had all day today to get situated. And granted, they weren't even doing it in all leisure of good weather. I mean, conditions today were brutal. We're finally, as we're about to start qualifying, seeing a little bit of lower temperature, the wind's coming in, the cloud cover's coming in, the sun's going away. I mean, it's what we've been praying for here all day today. So now hoping that the drivers under those conditions getting comfortable are going to just be more comfortable aside from the nerves going into qualifying.
Oh yeah, the cold track was really hot today, and now it's getting a little chilly out today with the wind, but I'm enjoying that, especially coming down to Florida. It's a hot and a little bit humid out here, but make sure everybody drinks some water, and we got plenty of water up here for us.
Yeah, and just talking with one of the judges leaning in for a moment. So we are going to see a lot of changes here. And one of the things that drivers have to be at this track, given any condition, is they have to be adaptable. This track has variations of different types of material on the ground. You have the actual paved road course that's used for Le Mans and any other type of event, the 24-hour race that they do here, and also SCCA. But then you also have this flat tarmac. That's a historical tarmac. It's used when it was back to being a military base. It's basically an airstrip. So coming across that, you've got variations in grip, but also the changes in heat throughout the day make a massive difference as well. It's been really hot all day, so these drivers are used to that rubber getting to such a peak temperature that it actually gets really slick in areas of the track where the rubber starts to get really caked up. Now as it starts to get cool, these drivers are going to find themselves in this optimum zone where they might actually find themselves getting more grip. And I think that's going to play an interesting role here because we already noticed that lack of commitment was a problem. With more grip, you're going to need even more commitment. So that's either going to be a disadvantage to some drivers or it's going to be a celebration for others because those without any commitment issues are going to be able to get in there and just completely full on throttle. It was too easy. I know you're grinning at me. A little too easy to not make a commitment issues joke there, but we got to keep it clean here. This isn't the Arians competition that we used to do.
Oh, but we're out here to have fun. It's great to have you next to me and having some giggles. But yeah, definitely commitment issues throughout the track. Actually, earlier today, I was able to talk to one of the drivers and analyze what he goes through. Drifting is all about style and aggression and the proper line that they have. But you also have to think about the strategies they have to do psychologically and just technicality of the drivers, which is really interesting to actually talk to one of the drivers who is interested, and we had a conversation pertaining to that. So what do you think, for your experience, what do you think when you're stepping on that line or driving up to that line? What is the thing that's coming through your head? What's the problem zone you see?
Well, I think these drivers are going to have a variation of different answers to that question if you were to walk the pits. I mean, one of the big things that I think makes this a very comfortable way of working your way up to the pros is the fact that if it's a local competition and all the rounds are taking place at the same track or just same couple tracks, then you hopefully come into an area where your opponents are also from the same drift community as you. So I think that if you're getting up to the line in competition and hopefully you see you're matched up against someone that you've done so many just local public events next to and tandem with, you might have been, in 5-car tandem trains with countless times with the guy that now you're facing in competition. So, if you're one of those drivers and you're pulling up to one of your boys, I just imagine this is a time that hopefully you're able to tune out the pressure that you might be putting on yourself and just make it fun because it shows in your driving. And I think that's what we see most of the time is that drivers who get a little too tense in the moment, we start to see them make mistakes that they typically wouldn't make. As you saw, we saw spicy runs in practice. Sometimes those spicy runs just go away. And it's because people, unfortunately, I don't think they're leaning into that. They can lean into the fact that these are people they recognize. They already know the driving style of half of these drivers are going to go against. The same can't be said about their first round after they progress to pro spec. So if you can find the right mentality to put yourself in to get comfortable, it's only going to be your advantage.
Yeah, I was overhearing the judges earlier today while they were analyzing the runs that was going on, and there's one dude that over-rotated and probably overcooked the final inner clip. And one of the judges was saying, hey, do that, but don't spin out. So it was cool to be able to hear what their inputs and their advice, especially the experienced panel we have here today.
Yeah, and if it's your first time being to an event like this, I mean, it might make you scratch your head a little bit that you see these drivers who are usually killing it at open events now all of a sudden making what look like mistakes in practice here. And it's actually sometimes an approach. It's a symptom of an approach that drivers will use in practice, because now is the time to just really calibrate what the limits of your car is. So if you're going to go out and you're trying to use, come around a corner as aggressive as possible during the competition, then you need to drive your car all the way on the limit until you're really testing when it's going to over-rotate in practice. And every time you see a car spin for that reason, that's exactly what they're dialing in, so that way when it comes time to qualify, they can go ahead and tackle it with aggression, knowing exactly where that line is, not to cross it, and hopefully carry that as in a form of consistency throughout the rest of the competition. So I'm interested to see what lessons were learned in practice. I think we're going to see that a lot of drivers are on it today.
Yeah, and especially with some of the drivers aren't running that much horsepower compared to other competitors. And being able to talk to another driver saying, hey, I don't have as much horsepower, but some of these guys have a style that they go for extreme angle that can keep up in tandem with them, which is so cool to see these competitors and these drivers having different variations of horsepower and torque and whatever they need to get around this track, but they could still get side to side and have a good time.
Yeah, and I definitely want to say that some of that credit's got to be due to the track layout itself, as we can see that there's a lot of outer zones. The only inner clip, there's only 2 of them, and for the most part, they fall in areas where if the lead car is having to go in for that inner clip, it's only going to create opportunity for the chase driver to catch up. We don't always see that with track design. Sometimes we'll see an inner clip in a place where it only sets the chase driver up for failure, because it's in a place where the chase driver is going to cut the line, punt the cone, and keep going. But all of these are in nice little choke points where if the lead car is trying to exercise as much angle and style as possible, then it's an opportunity for the chase driver to just shallow up on angle a little bit, close the gap, and then after each of these, there's just a big wide open throttle zone. So I think that what we got to see in practices and what you're going to see in competition tomorrow is going to be that even these low-power cars, just like he said, they're going to have plenty of opportunity if they just have driver knowledge to execute their line and stay close to the lead driver.
Oh, definitely, especially that inner clip we were talking about earlier, the second zone. If they dive into that right, it's not setting the chase driver up for failure. It's actually setting them up for success going into that outer zone. But the one thing, you even talked about this earlier today, we were talking about it, is that final inner clip is actually a little bit offset. Can you explain what you were saying earlier today? That was actually pretty interesting.
Yeah, so one of the most interesting parts of drifting is that it's not a lot of people look at it when they're new to it, and they just assume because the car is sliding sideways and that's all you have to do, that's really all there is to it. The addition of having to go for these clipping points on technical lines changes everything about what the actual call to action is for talent in this motorsport. And some of these clips like that one are an exact example. So that last clip does not sit in the center of the corner, and that's something that someone that's never seen this track before or never seen drifting before might look at and say is probably a mistake, and it's really not. That's a late apex inner clipping zone, and what that allows these drivers to do is in that last corner they can hook, throw tons of angle, get back on the throttle, and they don't have to get pinched up knowing that they can hit that clip on the way out of the corner. And that's a huge difference, because when you have to hit a corner at the apex, then that doesn't free up the chase driver a lot to do much. Knowing that it's a late apex means the drivers are encouraged to stay wide until last second coming out of that corner, which means that if the chase driver wants to change his line, pretend it's an inner clip, he can go ahead and do that, and he'll cross the finish line on the lead car's door. Yeah, definitely. And compared to other motorsports, you have regular track racing, which you're competing against time. Now, drifting is not about that. It's competing against yourself and the person in front of you in a chase battle. When you're talking about lead cars, they have to get into it, tune out the other driver, but a lot of people say, oh, don't look back. It's not about looking back. It's about having track awareness. You know where that car is because it's so loud. Just making sure that you know where your line is going and making sure you have like a 99-point run into the lead to set that chase up to make it a chaseable lead. Well, and everything changes when you're in the lead versus when you're in the chase. When you're a lead driver, you're employing the same exact curriculum as any other discipline in motorsport. You have all of your reference points for when you need to brake, when you need to be back on throttle. But then in the chase position, we hear this phrase all the time of the lead car is a moving clipping point. And another way to think of that is that the lead car becomes the only reference. Instead of looking at when you're going to brake based on landmarks on the track in the lead position, you're just going to keep laser focus on the lead car, and you're only reacting to the movement of that lead car. So the runs vary so much because the drivers on the chase position almost don't have to have any idea where they are on the track. They just need to know where they are relative to the lead car.
Yeah, definitely. And it's also what I've noticed is there's some bumps out here. Have you encountered that whenever you done a battle or done the fun events over here?
Yeah, I mean, the bumps are completely different for every driver that's out there. These car tunes are just completely varied depending on how heavy the car is, what the style is of the driver, how snappy they like the car to be. In drifting, we usually see two different principles behind the way that the car is set up, which is that it's basically just a very stiff type of a generalization underneath all of the tune, is that everything is generally kept very stiff, very sturdy, and then they drive the car that way. And the other variation is that they actually take the opposite approach. They like for the suspension to be much softer, much bouncier, because they feel like they can get the car to dig in a lot harder. And this is where the bumps really start to see a lot of change. They can choke up people with a stiff suspension. They can also choke up people with a soft suspension. Both approaches to their tune have to take account for that, and the drivers almost have to preactively react to that. They have to assume that the car is going to buck exactly when it does in practice, so they can know when to reinitiate throttle. And we saw that a lot last round. The last round was a whole different layout where the bump was a lot larger. This time when we see the track transition, it seems like it's a lot milder. So we saw some spinouts from that last round. I'm hoping, because of the fact that that's not an issue this round, that we won't see a lot of drivers needing to blame the track. They'll be able to get in, stay in the zone, and not have to anticipate something that they usually wouldn't have thrown their direction.
Well, it's great to see this. With going out on the track, especially with the previous competitors out here, you have varying different types of cars. You have the S chassis, you have the American Muscle Chevys, and you also got Ford Mustang, baby. I enjoy hearing that thing roar, but there is a 350Z out there that has a little spicy engine under it. What is one of your cars you enjoyed watching out here, man?
I mean, to be honest, any of these cars will surprise you. I mean, the Taxi Garage guys are out here with an S14 and an RX-7. Taxi Garage, of course, if you haven't seen those guys, I highly recommend. Follow them on social media. If you're here in person, take a look at their booth. They are known for making viral drift kart videos. And when they're out here, you've got Ryan Kaufman sporting an RX-7 with a V8 in it, and he's rocking an iron block supercharged engine that you can hear it from across the track. And then Nick Ward, who took first place last round, he's an S14 that's also LS swapped. You almost can't assume what the car is going to be until you hear it fire up off the line. And so it should be a very exciting round. We want to thank all of our sponsors, and we're just going to take a moment right here to let you guys see some of the roles and some of the commercials that we have here for everyone that's making this event possible. And then in just a moment here, we're going to get started with qualifying. So thanks so much for being here. Hold tight, and we'll be back in just a moment.
I started a hemp farm in Sierra Valley, California for my autistic daughter, Elena, and my CBD is 100% organic. The difference between THC and CBD is all natural. It's 100% organic. THC is mind-altering. That's not what Golden Grown sells. Golden Grown sells an experience of an organic, natural supplement to make you relax. One of our best sellers is a CBD oral strip. It is absolutely amazing. 100% organic. FDA approved. You take a strip out, you put it on your tongue, it dissolves in your mouth, and you put it in about 20 minutes. I wouldn't sell something to you that I wouldn't personally have in my own home. Stay tuned for our newest Golden Grown's Bacon Blaze. We are the first and only original home of CB pizza.
Nation.
All right, and we are back, and thank you so much for waiting on pause while we just got all the drivers ready. The first driver for qualifying is in the burnout box right now, and that is Paulo Mota. So we're going to go ahead and see the first run. We were originally going to see Daniel Hoy going out there first, but unfortunately, due to mechanical failures, he is not going to be able to compete today. Very unfortunate because that just took place. I'm sorry, man, to see that. And so are you excited to see what these guys are going to do now?
I'm super, super excited, especially I've been studying this track a little bit and studying the actual art of drifting a little bit more and more, especially when you're talking about the burnout box. A lot of people see a burnout box and they don't even know what's going on. So if you want to further explain that a little bit, why they're doing that for the competitors.
Yeah, in the burnout box, these drivers are just trying to get temperature in their tires because once it gets up to temperature and they get some friction in that rubber, all it's going to do is going to help them be more consistent. As they start the run, their tires would be heating up and the feel of the car would continuously change throughout the run. So by taking care of the burnout box and spending some time there to just get up to your optimum temperature, you're just ensuring consistency in the feel of the car throughout the run.
Definitely. It's crazy to see that type of stuff, and especially with this car lining up, getting ready to put out a banger of a run, trying to get a good score. That first outer zone, that initiation, is going to be possibly a make-or-break moment for these drivers. If they don't set up that initiation right, they're not going to get a good line.
Yeah, and here we go. When we had a Mustang out here, you said how much you were a fan of American Muscle. So let's see how he's going to do. Coming into the initiation, he does a quick e-brake pull and back on the throttle to get to that outside zone. He's looking to fill as much of this as possible and get a lot of angle, bunting one cone all the way to the outside. He goes ahead and he makes his way around that inner clip, straightening out a bit. I don't know if that's going to be a complete zero or not to the judges, but he makes his way out here, a little bit of brake. And we're seeing some dodgy throttle as he makes his way through the rest of the course. It definitely looks like we're seeing a little bit of signs of either some mechanical issues or he might have just been choking up a bit on that track. So not a super aggressive or competitive run to get started, but there you go. That's some American Muscle for you out here showing up. At least the attendance is here.
Yeah, don't you intimidate me that way. He could do a better run. I'm believing in him for this better run. That was crucial, especially when you saw that transition. He kind of second-guessed himself, let's put it that way, to get that outer zone. And then going into that final inner clip, he tends to slow down even more to try to at least touch it. But I don't think that's going to be enough for him to actually get a good run.
Yeah, watching the replay right here, it looks like we saw two complete straightens, and it looks like he came completely out of drift there. So the judges are likely going to interpret that as a zero. We're going to have to just watch to see exactly what they're willing to take a look at the run and quantify there. But, yeah, that looks like two moments there where he completely shut it down.
Yeah, it's sometimes with these guys, what I've noticed is when they're not on throttle, especially in the beginning of that zone for the last outer zone, they're not getting consistent with just hitting that throttle, going all the way out. And when it comes to that final outer zone, when they feel themselves not in the zone, they feel like their confidence goes down.
Yeah, and right now we just went ahead and we got the answer from the judges, and it sounds like that is absolutely going to be a zero. And it wasn't just because of the straighten, but it's because of a very specific interpretation, which is if it is an unchaseable lead, then that is also going to quantify a zero. So it's really important we explain the difference there, is that you could not straighten out and still have a very unchaseable lead. If you're just very jerky on the throttle, if your momentum's changing constantly, they have to imagine in qualifying as if there's a ghost car right behind you. So if you're super stuttery to the point where they know not even the best driver they can imagine can stay behind you consistently, then they're able to interpret that as a zero. And at this stage, it's important to employ that level of scrutiny because we're shaping the drivers that are going to be going on to the next level of pro competition and ultimately one step closer to Formula Drift.
Yeah, especially when you're going into different tracks in Formula Drift, they're a little more technical at times, but when you're second-guessing yourself as a driver here, just go out and have fun. Just send it, all right? Have a good time. Put it all out there. Make it a good run for you. It's looking like we have our next competitor at the burnout box getting ready and warming up them tires. Who is this next competitor coming up?
So this next one is going to be, it looks like Vinicious Trindade. I'm doing my best here to pronounce some of these names. I'll say this much. In drifting, we've got all kinds of different cars out here, and I know how to pronounce those, but all different kinds of names gets a little bit tough for me. So we saw him over there at the line in the burnout box. It looks like we're going to be visited here by, looks like an IS that's going to be out there, or am I reading that wrong? We're only at round 2, and what I really like here is that the names that have not made their way up onto the leaderboard of the championship still have plenty of time to make themselves known. I mean, this is still going to be anybody's championship leaving this round. Here we go with a nice initiation. He's looking to float himself out there. A little bit of hesitation as he comes off the throttle, and it looks like we're having, again, some issues. We saw some really aggressive driving from him in practice and a lot of great tandem runs with some of his friends over here on the track.
Oh, mercy.
So a bit of a bumpy start here in qualifying. Seeing right there, kind of just broke down coming around the first corner, and it looks like after that he tried to get back into it and find himself in a comfortable zone. But I think this is where we see what we were talking about earlier. If you make a mistake at one part in this track, it's very challenging to put yourself back on tempo for the rest of the course.
Yeah, as we see the replay right now, you see that bobble and straighten out and going into this outer zone and to inner clip. Now we have this outer zone. That guy that's standing at the wall just completely got dusted by the smoke. Watch that happen, but going all the way around, I get it. You just want to finish out that run. Sometimes those crucial mistakes can affect you, especially with points.
And it's never a bad thing if you have drivers out here that are not able to, deliver when they want to on track. I mean, in his case, who knows what the reason is that the run ended up that way, but genuinely, seat time in competition is a whole different beast than just seat time in general. I mean, you have nerves here. You have everything on the line, especially if you're looking to make precedent in the points for the championship. And this round, there's only one Pro Spec license being handed out, and it's only awarded to first place in the championship. So not only is getting on the podium not safe, you have to be in that #1 spot. And if that's what matters to you and that's why you came here today, it's just very easy to get shaken by the competition.
And especially when you're at that spot, even if you're at first place, that doesn't mean it guarantees you that license. You got to complete first place all the way to the finals round that we have here at USDrift Circuit. But with these competitors coming up, we have another American muscle coming up, a Chevy Corvette. I'm excited to see him run. We're going to see how he performs. He was doing pretty well during qualifying, especially with some tandems.
And this next car coming up is a Corvette. It should be Mitchell Rohr making his way out to track. He's done a great job in practice. Coming out again, hitting the brake lights as he gets to the outside zone. Looks like he's doing a great job filling the outer zone, and we're about to see what might be our first confident qualifying run of the night as he makes his way out here. Now, the track utilization here is everything. He needs to stay all the way wide, make as much room as possible for himself, and it looks like he's choking up a little bit, but he just needs to get a finish out of this run and get some points down.
There we go. There's the confidence we wanted to see. Unfortunately, we saw two tire drops on that outer zone, but he was at it. It was good to see these drivers coming out here. We see on this replay him coming into this initiation. Taking a nice mid to high line, but then dropping down towards the end of this outer zone, diving into this inner clip, being deep with it. Now, this is the transition, going all the way, riding that white line. He did tire drop in the beginning, but he tried to bobble it, and then at the end, he tire dropped again. But that final inner clip was fantastic.
Yeah, as he makes his way to the latter part of the course, this is where most drivers have been having trouble. And I think part of the reason is because everyone wants to have a different approach to this second to last corner, this one big sweeper as you come into the last half of the track. But the biggest problem is that there's really only one way we're seeing success from the drivers, which is to not come off the throttle, stay on throttle, begin rotating the car very early, and use as much of the track as possible. If you employ all of these things at once, you're going to find that your car will hook in, it'll position itself just right, and in his case, it just looked like he was a little bit too gentle, and the moment he came off throttle to try and be conservative, it looks like the car was choking up on him. And in order to be competitive, these cars are all pretty grippy. So he needs to use that grip as much as possible. All these drivers need to summon that grip in the form of putting throttle out to the back end of the corner, so that way they can actually rotate the car and push themselves into the tight parts of the track.
Yeah, and when you're going into this outer zone over here near the stands, you see some of the drivers have been not as settling going into the final end of that outer zone. And then some drivers will go in a little too hot and then over-rotate to that choke point over there in between that final inner clip. So I'm interested on how he's going to see what happened on that qualifying run and then how he's going to fine-tune that run for him.
Yeah, we're waiting to see what the final verdict is going to be from the judges. We might have a first score. It may not be a very high one, if there's one at all, but at least you're in it. And we've been watching drivers adapt in practice and spend some time doing tandem practice, but really, that's all for tomorrow. If you had to use practice, and really as a driver at these events, you really only have one resource that you can use as your tool to your advantage, and it's how you spend your time in practice. So in my opinion, if I was out here trying to get ready for tonight, I would just be focused on my solo runs, and I would just be trying to get in the lead in the practice as much as possible to just try and get a score in for tomorrow, because even after we end the stream tonight and we cut the lights off, we're going to actually have a jam session tonight, and the drivers get even more practice, and that's the opportunity to practice tandem. So hopefully some of the drivers have chosen that strategy. Others who have worked on tandeming all night might not realize what shortcomings they have, and regardless of where they end up, they just need to get themselves in the big show for tomorrow.
It's actually interesting how you stated that during practice you want to take that lead position as much as possible. We noticed Collete out there taking the lead and killing it on the line, especially on that outer zone, that final outer zone we're talking about today. But then there was one chase run from her, and she actually was being extra spicy as well, getting that proximity that I always like to see during these runs. But we're seeing what's going to be coming up for this score, as well as we're going to see how these competitors shape up, especially who are you expecting to see put a high score out there?
Well, watching these competitions, it's clear that we have our new Faces 2 competition, but we also have our repeat visitors who just come and absolutely crush it. I mean, Sascha Prospero comes out here and he does an absolute awesome job every single run. Luis Lanz came in second place last time. Nick Ward always means business when he comes out to the track. And then we also have people that have just had some bad luck. We had spoken about Ryan Kaufman earlier with Taxi Garage, and he had been out here last round, but had a lot of trouble because his rack was bad. So who knew how much he would have shaken up the points if he was able to have his car be competent that day and take him the distance he wanted to go. And now we might get a little taste of that. So with the expectations being that the guys who were great last round are going to be great this round, I think it's still pretty unpredictable because there's just so many wild cards thrown in there. I mean, we have Collete, who wasn't here last round, and this is her first time competing in a Pro-Am scenery. And she seems very comfortable in the car she came out here with today. You can always spot her by the wild colors on her car. Never going to pick the basic color palette. I think anyone who's ever met her or seen her can understand that much about her. And then when it comes to the type of chassis that are out here, I mean, you have people that are building brand new cars just for this round of competition, and you can't predict how well they're getting adapted to those cars. So I think what we're going to just see is we're going to see things begin to unfold. And as last round kind of kicked off the pace of what the championship is going to be, I think now we're going to find out where a lot of those left fielders are going to come from.
Yeah, you were talking about how you can't miss her colors. I walked in this morning with my son in my hand, and I literally spotted that bright Corvette coming out of the trailer from all the way across this tarmac. It was pretty funny to see. Now, we're seeing the next car come up to the burnout box. Is looking like a blue BMW coming out here, scrubbing those tires, getting ready, and seeing what he could put out here. That initiation, like we were talking about before, if you hit that thing nice, you're going to get that outer zone and set yourself up for success throughout that whole round.
All right, and now it looks like our next driver in the hot box is Doug Santana. He's out here always killing it, and he's great at making sure that his attendance at various different tracks is high. We saw him out there at Clutch Kickers back before the Clutch Kickers track shut down. He's always out here having a good time, even at the normal USDrift circuit events that aren't part of the Pro-Am series. And now out here in practice, he looked very comfortable again. And the drivers who kill it very early on and are very easy to adapt to these tracks are also what set the tone for how the judges are making changes. And I can confidently say he's one of those drivers that was out there helping the judges kind of make those decisions because of just how quickly he can grasp this. And, you know, him alongside others, like we were just talking about Santana, we were talking about Ryan Acevedo. A lot of people came out here and they mean business. I'm excited to see this qualifying run.
Some of these names I actually am excited to say. It's going to be fun to Acevedo. I like that.
Yeah, you like pronouncing that one. Comes right off the tongue.
It rolls right off the tongue, my man. And we have Douglas Santana coming up. Well, Douglas Santana, I'm going to have fun with his last name. Santana is one of my favorite artists, so we're going to see how he sets up with his BMW. See him at the line, getting ready to put a banger of a run. We're waiting for the clear from the tracks, and we're going to see what this BMW will do.
All right, so I was mispronouncing that last driver. That was actually Andrew Grindle. That's a 62.5 on his qualifying run. So we have our first one. Now we're going to see if Douglas Santana is going to go ahead and put that score down and become the new leader. Doing a great job on full throttle and full commitment, transitioning with lots of speed as he makes his way out to the second outside zone. We see a little bit of a tire drop as he makes his way out. He's using all of it, and you can see him just translating all of his momentum beautifully. And he takes out those last ones. Oh, we have fire on track. And as he makes his way across the line, and we have a comment from Kelsey saying, yeah, the judges, guys, they're looking for X Factor. I wouldn't say that pyrotechnics was up there on what their plans were, but I'm over here in the announcer's booth. I'm loving it. I'm sure you guys are too.
I was just playing fire. I was seeing that all the way out to that inner clip. My man just sent it out there, putting out a rowdy run. Yep. I got excited with that. I did tire drop on that final outer zone, but that inner clip, oh mercy. When he went to that outer zone to dive into that inner clip, we saw a fire show behind him. But hey, it's a little X factor. I like it.
Does a flamethrower count as an untraceable lead? Or just a dangerous one?
I like flamethrowers. They're pretty cool.
No, he definitely went back to the future. I don't know if anyone's checked on Marty McFly lately, but definitely look like some cinematics out there on track. But, you know, it's crazy because, I mean, he's just such a committed driver, and that's why I think he's just so rewarding to watch. I mean, we saw some mistakes there, but it was still an exciting run to watch. So the X factor, aside from the fire, has never been a problem with Douglas Santana, and I think that he's at least going to be able to chalk together some points out of this and hopefully get a qualifying score.
Yeah, and the cool thing about being at an event, all right, and drifting, you see the drone camera. And the drone camera is a very useful tool for us to see what exactly is done. Watching that drone footage, you saw on that inner clip in the beginning, he tire dropped going into that. That was pretty interesting. I didn't catch that, but going into that outer zone, at the end of it, he did shallow up a little bit to try to dive back into that final inner clip.
Yeah, and I think that what people don't realize is how much the evolution of drones and technology in general has helped the motorsport of drifting, because like as we were talking about earlier, it's not about the first driver across the finish line, it's about critique, and it's a judged motorsport. So you need to be able to look at every run under a microscope, and while everyone on the stream just saw the live footage of the drone cam, the judges are equipped with a copy of that footage that they can slow motion, move forward, rewind, and they can just keep turning a dial to look at every single frame if they need to break this down. So they're doing it's made a tremendous difference in drifting, and I think that we're going to see it helps us justify a lot of calls this weekend.
Yeah, especially going back to when I first went to my ever drift event back in 2009 in Wall Speedway, New Jersey. Yeah, I'm a Jersey boy, but seeing how their replays compared to now and going to the events now, especially when you go into Gambler, Road Atlanta, and you see this drone footage, it gets awesome, man. It's so cool to see it. And these guys have like cyberpunk goggles on, and he is putting out all the work he can to get a good line and follow with it. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, and it's crazy because sitting here, I mean, drifting as a motorsport is not even that old, but I feel like so old to sit here and say like, oh, I remember when we used to have to judge from memory, you know, like, and now we have all these different things. I mean, GoPros became even very versatile, and then now drones just like took over. And I think that the different camera angles, also just being a little bit elevated in the air. I mean, these judges can probably still make a lot of calls just from what they see on site, but there's a lot on the line right now, so we don't want to make any bad calls. We want to try and use every tool we have to make sure that the correct driver is advancing.
Yeah, we were talking about back in my day. I was talking to one of the guys earlier saying, oh, man, I remember recording this song on my cassette tape and yelling at the DJ because he, you know, trying to be a hype man on it. And I'm being a 13-year-old kid and getting mad about that. But we're waiting for the next driver to go to the burnout box as we get ready to see what the score is. And it looks like Collete is coming out here getting the burnout box. That Corvette is so rowdy, and I love it. It looks like Starburst.
Yeah, the camera's about to be able to see it come into view. She's going to finish up in the burnout box and then make her way underneath the bridge.
You remember the tiger stripe gum?
What'd you say?
The tiger stripe gum? Zebra stripes. Zebra stripes, that's what it is. Sorry about that.
We're seeing a lot of this, too. There you go. Now you can see it on the stream. That's the Corvette. And we see a lot of the presence of the Corvette taking over, and these cars are coming down a little bit in price, but I also just feel like now a lot of us that were kids getting into drifting have just gotten older and grown up, and we have adult money now. So there's a perfect in-between where now the car that has a great power plant in it, lots of off-the-shelf parts to be competitive drifting, is now very accessible. And so now instead of just only S chassis being all you see at drift events, you can see a lot of American muscle. You see Mustangs, you see Corvettes, and for every good reason, because it's instant power, domestic parts. I mean, you can't go wrong.
definitely. And, oh, there she goes. Collette coming in with the initiation, getting a low line, going into that first outer zone, going all the way around, getting to that inner clip. Oh, Mercy coming in, committing to that outer zone. Tire dropping a little bit, going all the way around. Oh, she misses towards the end. Coming in, here's that choke point. Let's see what she can put out. Diving into that inner clip, and that was a pretty interesting run. It was fun.
Yeah, looking at that replay, I think we're going to be able to see that she did a pretty good job filling out most of the zones. If there's any area where she was off, it wasn't by anything too notable. At the end of the day, we were talking about this, and you just want to have a way to get into the game. You want to get into the competition for tomorrow. So we saw her get all the way out to the outside zone on zone 1. As she came through her transition, she did a really good job just touching by that cone, going all the way to zone 3 where it's that outside zone. The only time we saw her fall off was as she gets a little bit closer to the stands. We saw her come off of that outer line, and I'm actually more amazed she was able to get back on the last outer zone, because typically if you sacrifice that area of track, you're just giving yourself a little bit of room to rotate your car and get those last couple clips. So, you know, it's unfortunate to see her come off that outer zone, but kudos to her for cleaning it up just in time for the end of the run.
I think she was trying to be a little conservative to at least score for the next one with the qualifying runs. Just get a good score out there, and then the second run she'll put out, I bet you she's going to go full send and get spicy with it.
Yeah, we'll go over what the qualifying structure is for this. We may be doing a knockout qualifying, if I'm not mistaken. So drivers that make their way into the top of qualifying get to keep their spot. Drivers that are near the bottom get a chance to go ahead and hopefully reposition themselves in the bracket. So the drivers that are here again, and when it comes to even being in the bracket, it's worth taking a moment to mention that that's a strategy of its own. You know, getting a #1 qualifier is great on points, but it also does change the way that you're going to go against competition. Some people like when they're at the bottom of the bracket after they've already ended up there, because they can switch the mentality to, all right, now I go against first seed. If I can knock that person out, it's going to be a huge confidence boost and hopefully smoother sailing throughout the rest of the bracket. And we see upsets like that in drifting all the time. Anything can happen in drifting. The #1 qualifier can be the first person to make a mistake in competition.
Yeah, especially if you have that mentality being the lower seed and then going against the top seed. It's like if you're going into a boxing ring and you have this high, like, big macho dude going, and you're kind of intimidated. But if you give him that one good punch and get him a knockdown in the first round, now you got that confidence boost to continue on. So it's pretty cool to see this kind of strategy that some of these drivers have. But putting a conservative run, sometimes it makes you comfortable with it, and that can set you up for the future failure that you might have. Now, say she gets qualified, she takes in the mid bracket. A lot of drivers, when I've been to Formula Drift events, I talk to them about the qualifying seeds. They like being in the mid. So they have an even battle. But what if you were in this battle or this competition, where would you want to sit?
I mean, I think it's always a better confidence boost to be the #1 qualifier, and you do get points for being up there. But at the same time, I think that, you know, there's just always a little bit of good to take with some bad. And I think that as a driver, keeping your mentality as positive as possible is the best way to keep your focus. If you let anything shake you, then you're only going to make your situation worse. So I think it's always nice to never be afraid. I mean, don't be afraid of Goliath if you're David out of qualifying.
Oh, yeah, especially if you got a slingshot and you have peak accuracy like John Wick. Now we got the next Corvette coming up in the burnout box, scrubbing his tires, trying to get that proper peak temperature. And these competitors are going to be feeling the temperature change out here. So as we see the sun setting over the horizon, it's kind of romantic if you have a date out here with a sunset, cars driving. I think that would be a perfect date. What do you think?
Yeah, the cinematography is going to get a lot better, especially as we see ourselves move into the rest of qualifying. And luckily, the way that we're running this track is the drivers aren't driving into the sun. If we did the same layout we did last round, the drivers would be driving towards the sun on initiation. This time it stays on the side of them. The only time they have to look into it is around that last clipping zone. And we do have some scores for you. We were able to get everything calculated over here. So Douglas Santana currently sits as your #1 qualifier with 71 points in his end of his run right there. And then Collete Davis sitting at 67.67. So that's our first place and second place right now with Andrew Grindle in third. Definitely lots of room for improvement. It could be anyone's game still coming out of qualifying.
Oh, mercy. Man, that dude sent it out there. That was Christian Cotrone coming out here and putting a show with that Chevy Corvette, being very aggressive into that initiation, coming out here, clutch kicking it in, going all the way around, riding that midline on that first outer zone. Then he dives right into that inner clip, nice and smooth with this transition, filling it out. Possibly a tire drop, but he did dive a little shallow and then tire drop towards that end of the outer zone. And then he dived right back into that final inner clip. My man was being spicy today.
He did a great job on that run, and even in practice, that car just seems so very comfortable, so settled. The engine seems to be running on point today. The suspension seems to be reacting well to the track, and it seems to be sitting at a good angle. That driver definitely has areas where he can work, but at the same time, phenomenal job for the first half of the track. I mean, he's only making mistakes where every other driver's making mistakes anyways. So it's really not that he's making huge errors and it's going to be a consequence to him. He's making the same errors as everyone else. If he can clean it up, he'll be one of the best guys here.
Definitely, especially when you're seeing him come out into that final outer zone. He should have just, I felt like he probably needed more throttle on trying to get that angle out there and sending the back end to get that midline in that outer zone. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, I think that it's a really big illusion. For people that were here who have driven back in the days of CFRC, I like to compare this first half of the track to coming out of the horseshoe, because as they're filling the second zone, or the second big sweeper that comes towards the wall and towards the crowd, you almost are coming out of a transition needing to point your car and throttle at a wall. And these cars are so grippy that you almost need to act like you're intentionally going to try to ram your car into the wall just to get enough momentum to end up where you need to be. And then once you're there, you have to still stay committed, because if you just celebrate too early and you lift off the throttle, now you just kill the momentum you need to set yourself up for the rest of the track. So, I mean, only a few people are making it all the way out there, and all of these drivers also have spotters. So I'm hoping that the spotters have had chances to talk to the judges. They're looking at these runs. They're going to go back to the drawing board, because they've got the rest of tonight to work on this, but tomorrow it's game time.
And you were talking earlier about how when they do the tandem battles, the lead car is that moving clipping zone. When I'm thinking about you as a driver out here, or any driver, when you're looking at these key points, these landmarks that you want to hit, especially in that final outer zone, you'll see on that inner clip, you're going to get that dive, but then you have to think about that first cone on that outer zone to dive into it and surge into it, so you can set yourself up to get a nice line all the way around.
Yeah, and I think a lot of times people beeline, and that's a big problem, is they overcompensate and they make that same observation, and they want to just rotate the car and then send it directly towards a target like it's within a crosshair for them. And unfortunately, that's not what makes the best qualifying runs. You're almost better yet just making an idea of where, a mental note of where the clipping points are, where the cones are, and then just treating the line as a rail you need to never leave. Realize what the ideal line is and treat the entire corner. If there's only an outer zone on the whole corner, pretend the entire corner is an outer zone. And just like in any other form of racing, in drifting, the one phrase never changes and is any less important, which is use all of the track. That's what makes a fast time in racing, but it's also what makes a better use of a technical run in drifting, is to use every single inch you're allowed to use. Don't just beeline from clip to clip.
Definitely how these guys are out here. You'll see on that outer zone when we were talking about how he got in the middle of that zone, he used some left foot brake to try to kick his tail end out there to try to stay in the zone, but it was unsuccessful for that driver.
So it looks like we are waiting on a score. Going to be interested to see if we have a new leader coming out of qualifying. Right now, our number one was sitting there with Douglas Santana after his fireworks show that he gave us. Beautiful, only sad that it's not a little bit later in the night, so it could have just looked a little bit more beautiful shining in the darkness there. But great drivers. I really want to see some partying later, and if you're here at the track, just remember these guys are going to be here all night driving, and then we also got DJs and music that are going to be playing all night long as well. And if you get hungry, give some love over there to the food trucks. We have lots of amazing vendors out here. I went over there and got a burger, and I felt bad because I said, you know what, I almost wish I came starving, because everything looks amazing. There's tacos, there's arepas, there's snow cones, which those or almost a necessity with how hot it was today.
Yeah, I was able to get a milkshake over there, and that was actually pretty good. They put whipped cream on top. Felt good.
There you go.
Made me happy in my tummy a little bit. Made
It
my
gets
son
you there.
happy as well.
And so we're doing a little bit of corrections on the track right now. So we're going to go ahead and throw it to just a couple moments right there of a commercial break. We'll just go ahead and run. And thank you once again to our sponsors. We'll be right back.
Hey, how you doing? I'm Nico Christidis, the owner of Golden Grown. I started a hemp farm in Sierra Valley, California for my autistic daughter, Elena, and my CBD is 100% organic. The difference between THC and CBD is all natural. It's 100% organic. THC is mind-altering. That's not what Golden Grown sells. Golden Grown sells an experience of an organic, natural supplement to make you relax. One of our best sellers is a CBD oral strip. It is absolutely amazing. 100% organic, FDA approved. You take a strip out, you put it on your tongue, it dissolves in your mouth, and it's total relaxation, stress reliever in about 20 minutes. I wouldn't sell something to you that I wouldn't personally have in my own home. Stay tuned for our newest Golden Grown's Bake and Blaze. We are the first and only original home of CB pizza.
Instagram, YouTube.
Have our final score from that last qualifying run. It looks like Christian Cotrone is now your leader with a 77. So going into this next run here, we got a G coming across, going into his outer zone, looking to fill the entire zone. Only a 77 right now in the lead position. It's still anyone's opportunity to take first place as they make his way through this first clip, filling the outer zone. He's a little bit stuttery. He's going to need to get all the way on it if he wants to extend all the way wide. It looks like he's doing a good job transitioning through this last outer zone. Not super tidy, but it looks like that should at least be a score.
It seemed that he might have overcommitted into that outer zone at the end, especially going into that final inner clip. He overcommitted and sent himself out into a wide line. But this initiation was probably a fun initiation, getting a nice low to midline, going all the way around, filling it out deep, going into his inner clip, getting shallow. Now he sends it all the way out there and tire drops for a good portion of that beginning of the outer zone, and then we see him coming into this transition, staying shallow instead of sending it all the way out there and getting that nice line to go into that final inner clip. I'm unsure on how this is going to be judged.
Yeah, I mean, the trilogy, or the trilogy, but the ongoing story here is just the exact same problem. I mean, we see them choke up, and right there, you can almost call it. When they don't make it to that second outer zone with a lot of momentum, it's just very, very difficult on them because they have to get all the way on the throttle, pick up all this speed, and then immediately choke themselves out of it for a technical last section. So I think that at least he's going to have something. It looks like there was nothing too major. I mean, watching the replay one more time, we see him on the outside zone, not overstepping, not coming off the track. And then as we see him come across that inner line, inner zone, he can transition. He's just really shallow on angle here. And this is where he was just really stuttering, lots of steering corrections to get himself back on the line. So a pretty safe run to at least get in the competition. It shouldn't be a 0. It should be some sort of a score. But definitely, he's got to clean up on that, and he's got to get way more aggressive on the throttle.
Yeah, especially if you saw talking about that shallow angle going into the outer zone. If he just sent that back end just enough to get that momentum and inertia all the way into that zone, he probably would have had a nice consistent line going through that final outer zone. As we're waiting for the judges to come up with a score, there is a lot of competitors out here that come out here for the fun of it. Some guys come out here for the competition-wise, but I'm pretty sure it's the same thing with the audience out here. It's coming out here for the car culture. That's something that I experienced here in Florida. We got one guy saying, well, he's here to party, but we're enjoying the whole atmosphere out here in Florida. I'm used to being up in the northern states and just dealing with trucks.
Yeah, this is a fun event to be to if you want to have a lot of fun. I mean, a lot of times we're just here trying to get everything done in one day. This is a 2-day event. We have music here. We got food trucks. We got a car show. We got a lot of people here in the community who are looking to have fun, party tonight with some music, hang out all together, and it should allow for some great camaraderie going into tomorrow. I'm hoping a lot of these drivers just have fun tonight, and then going into tomorrow, hopefully a lot of those nerves are crushed. And I'm hoping this is going to be maybe a round we'll see some of the best driving this season.
Oh, definitely. And you were talking about how everybody likes to hang out and everything. This one thing that I noticed was compared to other motorsports, I've been to drag racing events. When you try to talk to some drivers, they get kind of cautious on who they talk to. But all these drivers out here, they're definitely a good time to have a conversation with. No matter who they are from every walks of life, they are happy to have you have a conversation at times and talk about the passion that they have.
Yeah, I mean, you got to be a little bit crazy, too, if you're going to want to do this. I mean, if you're going to be a fun person to be around, fun person to party with, if your favorite thing to go do is get in a car and throw it sideways. I mean, and it's something that's hard to explain to people. I mean, drifting has gotten a lot more popular, but even I have a hard time still explaining to people, oh, you know what drifting is? And if I'm lucky, they go, oh, like Tokyo Drift? And that's the best, that's the closest I get to someone knowing what this is.
I think that's one thing I like about drifting is because I like controlled chaos. That's what I explain drifting. It's controlled chaos compared to a motorsport where you're trying to go there fast.
Speaking of controlled chaos, coming out of that last run, which was a little bit of chaos, a little bit of control. Unfortunately, not going to be a competitor and a competitive score, but he does at least have a score. That was Daniel with a 45. So bottom qualifying position so far, but he at least has a score. So assuming that there's 16 drivers, more than 16 drivers or less, I mean, he might be in a position where he's at least in it for tomorrow. And he's going to get a chance to try out that mentality of, listen, if I'm at the bottom and I knew I could have done better, if he felt more confident in practice, he's going to know, all right, I'm going to go against someone pretty good in the first part of the battles, and if I can take him out, I'm in the clear.
Yeah, started from the bottom, now he's here. Sorry, I had to do it. It was there. You threw an alley-oop. I'm sure I don't usually dunk, but I had to try to at least dunk that one. Who's our next competitor coming up, my man?
All right, so taking a look at our qualifying board, you have to bear with us here. Everything has been changing a little bit, but it looks like that's Marcelo Zaupa out here that's next to get a qualifying run. Another BMW E46 out here looking to see what he can do in competition, and this is another car that is just so dialed along with the driver. I mean, Marcelo Zaupa's been out with us now, not just this season, but also last season, and every time we've seen him make an appearance, he's got the same aggressive driving style that we even see out of Doug. We were just talking about Doug Santana, and he's a BMW driver. I mean, these two could be siblings. And here we go. Let's see what he puts together on this round. A nice initiation, floats with lots of speed. This is a good amount of speed to carry on this outside zone. We want to see him get a lot of throttle, come and pinch this inside clip, and then just rotate and stab the throttle all the way through the zone. Let's see if he's going to fill it out here. We hear a little bit of a clutch kick, and it takes a little bit of a midline. He didn't end up fulfilling all of it. Now he's going to have to transition and stay inside these clips, and he does a good job even coming off that midline. And at least I don't believe it's going to be a 0, but at the same time, when they make that mistake, I got to be honest. I'm impressed when they take the midline and they still make it in time for those last outer clips. It takes a lot of finesse and skill to do that, and it's almost harder than just running the line correctly. But at the same time, he just didn't set himself up, and he's got a very grippy car. The moment he was offline, that was it.
Yeah, it's unfortunate to see him miss all the zones, most of them. He got into the zone and then tire dropped in the beginning, but then going all the way into this final outer zone, he was just staying in the middle of the track and just keeping control and trying not to get all four off the track. Going into that final inner clip, he was just right in the outside line.
Yeah, and that's exactly what the judges are taking a look at right now. They're just looking over the camera footage to see if he did, in fact, drop 2 tires. So, fortunately, speaking of tire drops and dropping in general, we will be dropping something pretty soon here, which is going to be a digital version of US Drift Circuit. Why not just plug that again? So, once again, happy to have met you and that you're dealing with this and coming out and just doing the announcing live and in person. But we've got something really exciting, which is if you have a sim rig at home, which we know almost everybody does, we're about to have a very accurate replica of the different layouts. And why don't you tell us a little bit more about the community, where that came from, and how it came about?
So we have ACS Drift. If you have a Discord, just check out ACS Drift. If you're on the Aceto, usually we have the community out there chilling, having a good time, talking about different types of cars, mods that you could get for Assetto Corsa. And if you don't know what Assetto Corsa is, it's actually a tool that some Formula Drift drivers use to actually set themselves up for success in the future. And you see the drone footage out here. We also got a FPV pilot during the competition. His name is Dials. He's a great dude, having a great time. He actually does it IRL too, out in California. And then we have a couple of other guys that are car enthusiasts. So what this means is we're setting up a layout out here. We're trying to fine tune it. We're taking, later on today, you're actually going to walk us around the track so we can feel the different bumps and try to figure out the lines and try to get a proper course. You have had the experience of me on the virtual side and had the experience of the competition. What do you think is very similar, and what do you think is out of control and fun compared to that?
Yeah, I mean, over here in person, we're just going to be exposed to all of the elements. I mean, anything can happen. We were talking about some of the differences in what we're going to have for that digital competition. Yeah. I mean, there's no such thing as someone's car just like not starting and being able to make it to the line. You can just spawn there. I mean, it's such it's an amazing luxury that you get with that, but that doesn't mean that there's any less talent in making that happen. I mean, everyone that's with the Arians community has done so awesome. If you jump onto Assetto Corsa and you look for a public drifting lobby, you're most likely going to come across an Arians Drift server, and they use the most recent content, most recent mods. They got people on their Discord willing to help you if you don't know how to modify anything in Assetto Corsa. They got drivers ready to give you tips, and they've got the presence of people who drive in real life, are a part of FD teams, and even some FD drivers who visit every once in a while, looking to be a part of the action. So we're very excited to see what that's going to be on Assetto Corsa. Again, that's going to be a US Drift Circuit series, and the track is going to be exclusive to the US Drift Circuit website, so you're going to be able to go there, download it. This is all looking to get kicked off by next year. And to give you an idea of how excited most of us are about this is some of the drivers that compete in this Pro-Am have gotten wind of it, and they just want it to drop so they can get some practice. That just speaks to how accurate of a tool Assetto Corsa can be for real drivers.
It definitely is. I had the opportunity to talk to some of the FD guys out in in Assetto Corsa that was practicing different layouts to try to figure out techniques. These sim rigs are insane. But you're talking about technical difficulties with the vehicles and stuff. I've had messages in chat that someone said that their wheel was smoking. So they can have some elemental issues or technical issues, if you be, but we also had some people out there saying, hey, my AC broke and I'm sweating, so I'm kicking on a fan.
Yeah, absolutely. So, and now it looks like we're going to have our next driver pulling up to the line here. It looks like it's going to be Ryan Kaufman with Taxi Garage, and you can always spot this car with the bright blue teal color that it's got on it. And the driver, very easy to spot, has just as bright of a personality. I mean, Ryan Kaufman is so much fun to have around. I've had the pleasure of not just knowing Taxi Garage for a long time, but watching them grow Taxi Garage, not just as a business, but as almost a lifestyle brand. I mean, they sell these drifting carts, and they're not just selling you the cart itself. They're selling the actual fun that comes with it. I mean, you can't watch one of their videos without guaranteeing that you don't just want one for yourself. You want a drift cart for 5 or 6 other friends to just go terrorize the whole sidewalk with. And they do an excellent job when they come out here. And I think one of my favorite things about them is that when you're buying a drifting cart, it's the excitement of knowing that these guys drift in real life, and they're huge enthusiasts of the drifting carts themselves, and they are just so approachable. And they're really talented guys. I mean, Nick Ward was our first place winner last round. So.
Yeah, definitely. And we have Ryan Kaufman coming in here, getting a nice little Scandinavian flick into that first outer zone, getting a shadow line all the way around, to staying in there. Possible tire drop going into this inner clip. Oh, mercy, with this deep transition going into this outer zone, roaring all the way around, getting nice and fluid. Here comes that final inner clip. And will he dive into it? It's a little shallow on that. But, hey, he was the first driver today we saw ride that outer zone all the way around. It was great.
Yeah, and Ryan Kaufman as well as Nick Ward, they both come from a generation of driving where the rules were just so different. I mean, they didn't have power when they first started driving. They learned where line was the real only way you could make an impact. And then on top of that, the rules back then were just so strange. I mean, Ryan Kaufman and Nick Ward were driving during a time where if you knocked over a clipping point, it was an automatic 0. I mean, that's how strict the rules were back in the day. So now drifting's changed a lot. You can punt one to Kingdom Come, and it's just a deduction, and which is great because it keeps the show moving.
Yeah.
But it's a different development of a different type of driver. So right here we got to see Ryan breaking in his car. By the way, if you saw him last round and you think his car sounds a little bit different this time, it's because he has made some changes. He's now supercharged. He's making about 200 more horsepower than he used to make in the past, and he's also made some changes to his steering rack. Last time the steering rack was back, it was binding on him, it was slipping up on him. He was losing feeling in the steering is what he was saying last round. I haven't talked to him after practice today to see what his actual reaction is to the changes, but it looks like he's making quick work at getting comfortable with that car.
Yeah, it compared to practice, he was struggling on that final outer zone in practice, and he just full committed on that outer zone during the qualifying, and he did it great job to committing into it and actually making it count. Wow, when you're talking about the whole Scandinavian flick into that first outer zone, that was actually refreshing to see. I usually see people e-brake out here or clutch kick.
Yeah, I mean, these guys are just, they're rowdy. They're a lot of fun. They get out there. I mean, if I have to critique the run, I will say that the car seems like it's very well gripped up, and it seems like his car is able to carry lots of momentum, but you don't see a whole lot of tire smoke coming out of the car. So I think that with the change in power, Ryan Kaufman still got some change, not necessarily in his skill to work on, but just to get the car to start reacting the way he wants it to react, because he's clearly doing what he needs to do with the car as it's set up to get around the track, put it where it belongs. I think that as soon as he makes the right changes to make that car fit him like a glove, he's going to be a force to be reckoned with. And I mean, last round, he wasn't even able to get through qualifying without major issues. And now if he at least gets a score, I think we're going to see what he can do. And he's seasoned in the tandem.
Yeah, definitely with this guy, with coming into this track, especially my first experience seeing him run, I was kind of worried about him, but now he's putting out a good line and filling out the zones that even the judges are talking about how to get this point system going through. So we were talking about how drifting is a judging sport. Can you explain a little bit for the people that is watching right now? What do you exactly mean? You say X factor. What does that entail for them?
So X Factor was a category that was really the origin from it was when you see something that's really cool, that's just hard to turn into science. I mean, you can grab speed, angle, and line, and that just doesn't account for drivers waiting till last moment to transition, flicking to angle really aggressively, or if a driver doesn't do those and instead is just so graceful and smooth around the track. Those are two completely different styles that are both very difficult to execute, and they both deserve a reward in the point system. So X Factor is really where that comes from, because it's what type of driving style makes an impression on you. And we all know that in drifting, a driving style is just inherent in the sport. Everyone has different driving styles, and some are just a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, some of them are rowdy, some of them are just smooth, like butter. Some of them are stiff. Yeah, that's what I noticed.
So we have two scores for you now. Marcelo Zaupa, who had done a couple runs ago, was 49.67. It looked like he just dropped tires too much, and that ended up affecting his score. And then Ryan Kaufman, his score is being assessed right now. At the moment, it's being assessed live, so I'll have that for you in just a moment. And it looks like up next on the line is going to be Alex Puig. You can recognize his trailer and his car by the name Pandemonium, a very cool way to brand his car, the only one with a mascot on the side of it, but it's been very fitting. You can always find him and his dad at events. It doesn't matter if it is a competition or just a fun day. And really great guy, always looking to improve his driving. He's been so comfortable with his car because he's done something that I'm a strong believer in, which is make a change, drive the car. Make another change, drive the car. So he's been growing alongside it, and he's gotten a lot of experience here in the competition realm, and I'm sure we're going to see it here today. We've seen him be a little bit dodgy in practice, but we've also seen him nail some runs. Curious to see which version of him we're going to see right now. As he makes his way into the first corner, he's gliding in with a good amount of momentum. We can see those headlights turning in as he sets his angle right now. As we get into the later in the night, he makes his way around that inner clip, flicks super wide. We want to see full commitment on throttle. We hear that exhaust note super wide as he makes his way out, gets back on the gas. And we want to see him pinch around this last corner. Does a great job sweeping his bumper across those last clips and across the line.
I am seeing a lot more struggling during the cooler of the night, how the cooler temperatures are coming out. We were talking earlier how the heat can actually make it worse for the drivers. They actually make it slippery, but we see him grip up and dive into the end of that first outer zone, and then he just try to correct himself to try to get that inner clip, but then he misses that final outer zone, and then eventually gets to it, but just makes it like a touch and go. And then that final inner clip, he just misses it, gets shallow. It's a rough looking run. We'll see how the judges think about it, but it was a run.
Yeah, and we can see the drone footage right now playing on the Jumbotron, and it seems like he really threw off the momentum of the run in the very first corner. I mean, he came out, he set himself up great on initiation. He was right there on the outside. I'm not sure what happened immediately after that, though. We see him just drop off of the outside of the corner and come to the midline. So it might have been that he came off throttle. It might have been that he got nervous and steered into it a little bit, and just, you know, nerves can get to you. Or it could just be him reacting to some of the bumps on track. I mean, right there as he comes in, though, there's really nothing there that I'd be anticipating. So I do think it might have just been driver error, and then you can see him do the best he can and just make the most out of the rest of the course. But we've been saying it all night. You just need a score. We got to get you into tomorrow. He's been driving a lot today, and he's one of these drivers that was out here last season as well. And genuinely, there is no losing in coming out to the Pro-Am event when you're at the level of competition that he's at. It's time for him to be present in Pro-Am competitions. And he's either going to come out of here with a result or he's going to come out of here with a lesson. And I think that he's at least one of those people who never ignores what the lesson is. He takes note, he works on it, and every event that we see him, we're just going to see him get better.
I think it goes with everything in life. You need to be a student of life in order to succeed in it. So with these drivers, when they come out here, you can't just be a know-it-all, say, hey, this is my car, I know how to drive it. Every track's going to be different. Temperature's going to change everything. Even climate. We're talking about rain. Rain drifting comes into a whole different perspective, or even just a little mist on the ground. And being a student of this culture and of this drift scene, you got to be able to learn and be able to talk to other people that may be at a higher level than you. Be like, hey, what am I doing wrong? What can I do to succeed and hit this track? Even though it's a new layout, some of these drivers, it's the first day they actually ran this track. So it's very interesting to see how these guys are doing. The spotters are doing hopefully their jobs is telling them, hey, you need more gas, you need to send it, you need to commit. These guys have to put out, especially for tomorrow when we're talking about tandem battles, that is going to be a huge factor.
Because this isn't just practice for the drivers. I mean, this is ultimately a team sport. It's practice on if something breaks, can you and the crew that you came with repair it fast enough, and your communication between you and the spotter. Are you actually getting full advantage out of having a spotter? Is he giving you constructive feedback? Are you knowing how to translate that into something on track? And it's really a stage for all of this development, and this is really where that development takes place between grassroots and competition. And we do want to take a moment again to just thank all the sponsors who help work with us to make sure that we can create this stage for all these drivers that come out here today. So thank you to OMP Racing, thank you to Golden Grown, Shift Culture, and thank you so much to all of these other smaller companies too that have even come around to just make sure that they're being a part of the community. We really would not be able to do it. We're very happy to see that all of these companies just keep coming back. Some of them have been with us last season and are joining us again. And Link ECU and Shift Culture and Golden Grown are all ones that were here last year, along with Kenda Tires. And this year, along with that, we have BC Racing. We also have the Flyday Drone, who's always been with us. I mean, we're happy to advertise him. He's out there getting awesome footage for us. And so all of our drone footage, I mean, he's out there just going to war. You see him down there at the tent, and he's unplugging a battery, plugging in a new one, taking back up to the sky. I mean, he's got his girl with him right there, just catching. I haven't seen good catches like that unless I watch the NFL and see the best wide receivers in the game just catching this drone to pop a new battery in and get back up in the sky. So, I mean, it's not just the drivers and teams. The sponsors that are all part of this event are actually all contributing something to try and keep the action going and keep it happening.
Yeah, definitely. She's pretty gangster when she catches those drones. It was pretty cool to watch her, especially during practice when we're seeing these drones. Also, you were talking about Link ECU, and we were talking about the virtual scene earlier. Link ECU also sponsors virtual competition. So if you guys just think it's a video game, at times it's not. A lot of these guys go out, come out here to run these events, especially in the OSW. That's a fun track if you ever get to run it on the Seto and do some tandem battles there. And that's why I'm very excited to see what the Aryan community does with this track and what content is going to come out virtually is going to be fun.
Absolutely. All right, we have another score coming your way. So Alex Puig securing a score of 31, not the score that he wants to see. I'm sure that he knew exactly what Oh, sorry about that. We're just dealing with technology here. All right, yeah, so we have an updated score. Sorry, Alex Puig. Okay, we're missing a score here. So ignore what I just said about that score here. We're doing some really new fancy things here. So I guess I should explain what that is, why I just got a wrong score here. So the judges all have their own laptop. They're able to input their own scores in. And then us as announcers, we have this really cool fancy conglomerate here. And it's going to let us go ahead and just see what the ultimate result of that is. So we now have a final score, so that's going to be a 48.67. And I know it's not that much higher, but that is at least the accurate score that we have here. And I know Alex Puig's probably not expecting a high score to come out of that. He knew he made some mistakes. I'm sure he knows exactly what he needs to work on coming out of that. And we're going to be looking to continue into qualifying. I want to say that we're making our way through this at a pretty decent pace. We're almost about halfway through, or crossing about halfway through all of the drivers. So once again, nothing outside of qualifying is going to happen. If you're watching the stream at home and you're used to us going straight from qualifying into competition, we're holding off on that, and that's just going to take place tomorrow. So once again, tonight, drivers are just going to go get their qualifying score, and then tonight it's going to be a jam session. And I don't just mean the driving. We're going to have DJs. We're going to have music. The food vendors are still going to be here, and everyone's just going to be having fun tonight. This is the Tune event. We do one every single year, so if you're not here, I would definitely consider coming out. It's a lot of fun. All the drivers are always ready to just be a conglomerate of community overnight, and then it goes late into the night as well. And then tomorrow morning we wake up, put our competition helmets on, and go to work.
As we're seeing our next competitor come up to the line, we're getting them ready, them tires ready to actually warm them up, get some grip. We are seeing the track is feeling a lot cooler than today. So during the day, it was over the 90s, and I was sweating profusely throughout the day. But then drink water, having a good time, seeing the different cars, enjoying the culture out here. Make sure you have your sunscreen as well tomorrow. But we're seeing these competitors come out. Next, we have John Temple coming out here. We're waiting for the green light as he comes out.
All right, so very excited to see John Temple coming out of the line. Here we go, an Army veteran, always putting symbolism on his car. You can even see the American flag facing the opposite direction on the passenger side to go ahead and symbol his service in the military. Doing a great job, coming out with full commitment. Right now, he's going to be looking to go on the offensive and secure a solid score. We've seen him in competition and in practice before. Coming a little bit off the throttle, we like to see him with full commitment there, and he rotates around the corner and across the line. So having a little bit of trouble there as he makes his way around the track, and we saw him also having similar difficulties during practice. So on his end, we're not sure if he's dealing with any kind of car problems. We know he's one of those drivers that can be very aggressive, and he's also got a great team behind him. We know that he's with Rich DeBardenis, who's been around in the drift industry and drift community for a very long time. He's with Slide United. So he's got a spotter who definitely knows what kind of input to give him. And he's been around, and he's not just been around on the professional level, but also just at every kind of grassroots. He's been here for the evolution and the coming and going of different tracks in the scene. So he's seen different styles on different tracks, every technique out there. He's the right person to have in your corner, giving you some advice on what you need to do on track.
Yeah, it's unfortunate to see him get that mid-line and just completely miss that outer zone. But also on the initiation, he did drop 2 tires going into that outer zone, which is going to be an issue with scoring-wise for this run of this qualifying lap. Now we see him hit that inner clip nice and smooth, but going all the way around, trying to reach that back bumper to hit that line, and he doesn't even do a crazy job with it. He was smooth, though.
Yeah, and unfortunately, we do have a score from him, and it is going to be a 0, so not necessarily what you would consider a score worthy of being able to secure your spot and be ready for tomorrow. But it's going to be a 0 because it's 2 off, and you know, that's unfortunate to see. John Temple's a driver with a lot of potential, though. I mean, he comes from about 10 years of experience racing in SCCA and other forms of motorsport, and he's also a mechanical engineer. So I mean, he's got experience in a couple of different areas that really prep him and condition him for this arena. So it's unfortunate to see a problem like that going on for him, but great guy, awesome team, and not the only multifaceted driver out here. A lot of drifters have actually come over from other motorsports. So he's done about 10 years in SCCA. We know Collete Davis out here rolling and trying to be competitive in her first round of Pro-Am. She's also got experience in everything from normal racing to rallycross even. We know she used to do Red Bull Rallycross. And that's a fun story too, because I don't ever really bring this up, but I was actually there when she competed in Fort Lauderdale. And I was about 10 feet away from her when she stuffed herself in a fence sideways. Now I'll say this much, it wasn't her. Someone hit her off of a ramp and put her in that situation. But very cool because, I mean, she was just a kid at the time, super young, and now she's out here and drifting. So it's kind of cool to see her evolve from a whole other discipline and then just transition over here to now a motorsport that I think she must find a lot of fun because she only just seems to get more and more engaged. And the proof is in the pudding. She's here at a competitive Pro-Am round looking to see where she can stack.
Yeah, if I actually studied a little bit of these drivers, and I was watching some of her videos with Adam LZ and putting out some baller runs with them, doing some tandems, having fun. If you're out here just having fun as a driver, it makes it even better, all right? And when you have fun working, it's not work. It's just a fun time.
Yeah, and we know that the partners behind this event are definitely no stranger to that. I mean, Chris Jackson is who is the owner and organizer of USDrift Circuit, and he's also the pit crew and pit chief of Jeff Jones Racing. And if you ever watch one of the FD racing or FD Formula Drift rounds on live stream, you just know that that's the fun team. Everyone in the pits just kind of knows that they're out there doing a dance every time there's an intro. And so we really like to revolve around fun here too. I mean, at every US Drift Circuit event, including this one after the qualifying is over, it goes into just open drifting. And we expect all these guys to just come out here, have fun, and hopefully just not even change up their form when they go into tomorrow. And just remember that if they were hanging out crazy in tonight's jam session, to just drive that exact way tomorrow, and everything's going to be just fine.
Yeah, especially if you have that mentality. If you have a little bit of work and then a little bit of play, a good balance, healthy balance on it, it's definitely going to make you more successful in this kind of scene when you're doing these kind of battles.
So we have that score right now. So right now we've got about a top 8 of scores. These are people that have actually secured the scoring so far. And looking up at what our top 3 is, we still have Christian Cotrone with a 77 in first place. Second place, we got Douglas Santana with that 71, along with a fiery fireball, given that X factor. And then third place, we have Collete Davis, who we just talked a little bit about. But not a lot of points actually separating them. First and second place are only apart by 6 points, and then Collete Davis only behind by about 4 points. So really, it's you're just talking about inches and how close you are to these different zones, and that making the difference.
Mm-hmm. Definitely with that. And that now you're saying about that fireball, and if it was darker, it would have been a lot brighter. Kind of wish I see that fireball again.
Yeah, now is the time. And now, of course, we're big on safety. We hope that, we don't want the driver to become the fireball. We really prefer that not to happen, but the fireballs outside the car are pretty cool to see.
Yeah, and especially, isn't there a two-step competition, supposedly?
Supposedly. We're going to have to see how that goes. I saw a Supra, though, so I don't know if that's really going to be a competition. It may just be a Supra two-stepping for a demonstration.
Oh, man. The car scene, like I was saying, out here in Florida is very, very different, especially with when you go from the Orlando or Jacksonville area and then you come down to the South Florida. These guys are coming up with some unique things. What is one of the unique vehicles you've seen out here in Florida?
I mean, to be honest, the most unique thing I've ever seen at a drift event was someone that had no intention of drifting. We had somebody sign up in a Jeep on just like tires that had gotten out of a dumpster. He had just MIG welded a roll cage together, the best of his ability. There were globs everywhere. But technically, he passed the safety inspection. I don't know how. I wasn't there for that part. But he went out there, and he was just spinning. He was just doing donuts. But you know what? He was having way more fun than anyone at that practice event that just came out was taking themselves too seriously. I mean, this whole motorsport started by just fooling around on open roads, and now if you come to a practice event and you're getting that strict on yourself, you're just not doing it right. And but that was very cool, very bizarre. Never saw him again. I don't know what happened at that point, but any of these guys that come out, I mean, sometimes it's the guys that just barely piece their car with working parts. They just have a way bigger grin on their face than the guys with the giant programs that come out here. And the same can happen today. I mean, even though this is Pro-Am, that's no different.
Yeah, it's so cool to see these guys even come up with new projects and stuff like that.
So we're going to take a moment right now before the next driver goes into the pit box, and just for a short commercial break, we'll send you to some ads, and we'll be right back.
Hey, how you doing? I'm Nico Christidis, the owner of Golden Grown. I started a hemp farm in Sierra Valley, California for my autistic daughter, Elena, and my CBD is 100% organic. The difference between THC and CBD is all natural. It's 100% organic. THC is mind-altering. That's not what Golden Grown sells. Golden Grown sells an experience of an organic, natural supplement to make you relax. One of our best sellers is a CBD oral strip. It is absolutely amazing. 100% organic, FDA approved. You take a strip out, you put it on your tongue, it dissolves in your mouth, and it's total relaxation, stress reliever in about 20 minutes. I wouldn't sell something to you that I wouldn't personally have in my own home. Stay tuned for our newest Golden Grown's Bake and Blaze. We are the first and only original home of CBD pizza.
Nation.
Oh! Oh,
All right.
mercy.
If you're just now joining us back there on the stream, it looks like the stream cut back on in the middle of a run during that fireball. So we'll make sure the live stream goes ahead, and if we get the live stream to just play that replay for the streamers who just missed the first half of that run. We had a good job. That was Erick Nogueira coming out here, and he's a regular at the US Drift Circuit events. He just did a pretty good killer run on the first outer zones, and then he just kicked it out wide and threw a giant fireball at us. So it seems like that's just the theme tonight. I don't know why we're having a good time for us to just.
I think that person on the side over there, do you have your eyebrows, bro? That fireball was huge going out. These guys now starting to put out a stellar run. That first and a second outer zone, that fireball going through, it looked like he was in a Mario Kart and just boosting, going all the way around, filling it out, and then diving all the way. As the drivers come out here, and I'm interested on maybe this will be a good high scoring run.
Yeah, it was super aggressive. I mean, he was at least really confident getting through all of the zones, and even with the fireball in mind, I mean, he didn't even lift off. I don't even think he noticed that it happened. His spotter might have told him he's on fire, and you know, or maybe he didn't. Maybe if he had heard that, he would have jumped out like Ricky Bobby and might have ran across the track. But doing a great job. Things are starting to heat up a little bit more. We're seeing a lot of the drivers fall into their zone as it gets cooler. They got the problem of two things. Now the track is cool, so the conditions are different, but now it's also definitely dark. I think we can consider this dark. It's in the middle of the night now, and we're going to have to see these drivers. I mean, I would hate to be a guy who got your car running for this event and then just forgot that your headlights aren't barely working. I mean,
Yeah, he came in and to the outer zone, and while we were watching this, I saw no headlights. I'm like, huh, how is he going to see the track? But I guess he lit up his way with that fireball at the end. Great balls of fire. It was amazing.
so the drone footage during the stream, I'm not sure if even in the replay we were able to get the full run out there for you guys to see. Once again, it's just been a little bit difficult here working on just trying to make adjustments to the track. So in the moment that we just went to commercial break, we were just trying to relocate a light really quickly, make it so the judges could do a little bit more fair judging of the drivers. And then we were just a little bit late to kick it back on to stream because as soon as that light was in place, we immediately sent the next driver. We need to stay on schedule, but of course, we didn't want to have you guys just sitting there waiting for the light to move. So if you didn't get to see the whole run, you'll have to take our word for it. It was pretty cool. But the big show is really tomorrow. We're going to make sure everything is on point for that. And hopefully there's not a moment of action that we miss during the competition.
If any guys took a photo of that, I would love to see a photo of that fireball going all the way around. I hope the judges are adding that as an X factor because that was so cool to see. Especially when you have this angle over here on that wall ride. The fireball pretty much looked like it reached and touched the wall. It was so cool to see these guys coming out here. Him actually at the final outer zone, he did kind of shallow out. And well, one of the judges has me seeing it. Oh, mercy. That was awesome. And seeing that is so cool. These guys are out here having fun, man.
Yeah, I mean, we're only a few submissions away from being able to have a whole separate fireball competition. So we didn't really come prepared to judge that. But definitely, I mean, he wins right now. It was clearly way bigger of a fireball than the last driver that threw one out there, Douglas Santana. So now looking to see a score come out of that. And as we get later into the night, we're hoping to soon see a little bit of music start playing. We're hoping a lot of these drivers, I mean, I personally came out to this event and drove it when it was just a 2-day event without Pro-Am.
Yep.
And, I mean, we had buddies come out here with a full rock band kit. I mean, we had guitars, we had drums, we had everything ready to go. So a lot of these guys get goofy. One of these nights, we actually had someone bring an actual, like, PlayStation and Fortnite, and they were just playing it right there in the pit area.
That is funny. That's awesome to see. Especially, we got a bunch of people out here in the crowd at this final outer zone. As I almost got tripped up a little bit. How are you guys liking the qualifying runs, guys, out there in the crowd? Come on, you can do better than that.
All right, and we have a new #1 points leader coming out of qualifying. Erick Nogueira, Mr. Fireball #Fuego, is now your first place leader in qualifying with a 77.33. So now we have a leader with just, like we were just talking about how minutia the differences were between all these drivers. Now we have a leader by just .33. I mean, that's phenomenal and definitely well-deserved. I mean, aside from the fireball, he sent it. He did a great job. He was very consistent, very smooth. And now we have our next driver heating up, and it looks like we have another Mustang up at bat. And you enjoyed watching this driver out there.
Yeah, especially in the last competition. I enjoy watching him. I also love that on his Mustang, on his livery, it says Fun Haver. Let's see how much fun he's going to have today with this new layout. It's going to be awesome. He is rowdy out there in the burn box. Just, oh, mercy. I am so excited to see him come up to the line and get ready with this Ford Mustang. Setting himself up. We're waiting for the green lights from the judges to set him up on his first run on this new layout for his qualifying. This Ford Mustang looks really, really good. Especially that livery is really clean on that guy. So I'm enjoying Davey Peeples, especially throughout the competition.
Yeah, Davey Peeples is, people a lot of times may not realize that he has a name other than Mini Pat Gooden. It's Davey Peeples, and he's a really great driver, really great person. And on top of that, I mean, he's getting more and more comfortable with his car every single round. He comes out here, and he's got a lot of momentum. He stays really consistently on throttle. He does a great job at keeping at angle and being very smooth through every portion of the track. Another person who is being very consistent in practice. Some of these drivers we've seen so far were hit and miss all day long, but he was pretty consistent. consistent. So I think if he can just use some muscle memory, we'll see a good score out of him right now.
As we see Davey Peeples coming into that first outer zone with a nice big flick with the e-brake initiation, trying to ride that outside zone, using some left foot braking, going into his inner clip, spilling it out deeply. He is sending it out there into that outer zone, missing it, now getting deep all the way around, being rowdy as he turns all the way to try to get that final inner clip. Now he gets a midline on it, but man, that thing is loud, baby.
I mean, that car, a lot of people have trouble with the Mustang chassis. They say it's just too heavy, too boaty. And this one is a rocket ship. I mean, it looks like he's able to get the car underneath him, get on the gas, and just get the thing moving from zone to zone. As we look at the replay right now, we can see that he was able to get to the outside zone 1 and fill the entire area with a little bit of left foot brake to help him pivot. So let's just look at the replay as we have it here on the live stream. Coming out to outside zone 1, having consistent angle, we see just a couple of hits of the brake just to get him to turn the nose of the car in and start peeling in towards that inner clip. And as he transitions, he does a great job right here just flooring it on the gas and using all the zone. He's hitting a little bit of left foot brake to just keep the nose inward, and that's a good tip right there to just keep the car rotating as he gets into the last zone. And as he pinches right here to get towards this outer apex, late apex inner clip, he does a great job across the line there. I think that's going to be a really competitive qualifying score.
Yeah, I'm very interested in what the judges see on this and score it. And I'm going through this whole run, you were talking about some left foot braking, and it helps with the angle as well as stabilizing the car. But what is another thing that you might suggest? If you were his spotter right now, what would you suggest for him to do?
I mean, he really did a lot of everything he needs to do. I would just say that if he's going to go ahead and use left foot brake to keep the nose in, with his car, he's got enough throttle and control in his car to predict that he can just actually get even more on the gas and not scrub as much speed with that left foot brake. I think if he were to rotate his car and let angle slow him down a little bit more than he was relying on the brake, that would have been the only thing I could have recommended, because he did a great job staying wide, but I've seen him put a lot of angle on that car. I know he can do it, and I think that if we were to see him just execute that a bit more, it would just lead to a higher score. Not necessarily saying there was anything wrong with the way he drove it. He did a great job, and I think it's going to be a good qualifying run, but if I had to just ask him to improve on something, I think there's a little bit of area to work on right there.
Yeah, he was putting a nice run, being rowdy with that Mustang, but it did seem that his rowdiness died off a little bit on that final transition into that final inner clip. He slowed down a little bit on that transition. That's why you saw him not use the whole track, like you were saying earlier today. Use the whole track to set you up for success.
Yeah, and he also, you know, it's not even to say that anything I'm critiquing on that run is necessarily a mistake.
Yep.
Some of these drivers are choosing to drive more conservatively, and they need to. If they want to be wild and make their difference compared to another driver, well, that's what today is for. Yep. Today is just about trying to get in the competition. And for him, he may have known how to get it full lock, but just didn't want to take the risk. He just wanted to cruise through his run to get a secured spot. And that's perfectly okay. More power to him if it's all intentional.
Yeah, definitely, and I'm pretty sure some of the people in the crowd got tinnitus because how loud that Mustang coming out. But I've seen a lot of other cars out here be even more louder. So we're seeing the runs go through. We have the drone replay up here. The judges are deliberating. Very, very good conversation with the judges. So going with the judging, what do you look at? If you were a judge, what was the biggest thing you would look at?
I mean, right now, it would really depend on what type of judge that I am. As we know, we have judges that are delegating certain points for certain criteria. So, but what is really nice to see is that the judges aren't sitting there with folders in between them trying to not talk to each other. They're willing to make it a conversation, and they are working as a team to delegate those points correctly. So even though you're responsible for certain aspects of the run, the judges are at least conversating and really looking to critique the run together. And that's a good thing, because by putting it all into a think tank and making sure that you're about to judge off of the correct criteria and making sure that you're not about to make a mistake, it's just more reassurance for these drivers that the scores are thought through scores. And if you're watching at home, there may be things that you're seeing on the stream that you can't see here from the booth. I mean, you and I are standing up here on top of a big rig on the ceiling of it, and we are looking at the track from an upwards perspective. So the drone footage is playing and the camera angle footage is playing, but this whole second area where this big area is that every driver is messing up and they're not committing and filling out the outer zone, in the second sweeper, that's exactly where we're positioned. We are looking down at that exact area. So where those mistakes are happening, just coincidentally, is right in front of the judge's booth. So while you might see something on the stream or you might see something on the drone, we're sitting here with our eyeballs right here where the mistakes are happening. And I think that's a good thing, because if it's going to be the area where most of the mistakes will happen, it's a great thing for us to just be positioned there.
Yeah, we're looking at our next competitor coming out. It's Willy Espinosa.
Job at just having a party and being confident in his driving. I think we might be looking at another really competitive qualifying score coming out of this. So let's see what we have here as we watch Z come out here onto the first corner, doing a good job, keeping a good amount of momentum out here. We want to see him get a little further and deeper into the zone. Right now he's taking a bit of a midline as he makes his way to that inner clip. Doing a good job keeping the nose there. Right here is where we need to see him execute with a lot more angle. And he's just staying a little bit too shallow, and now he's doing a good job trying to get back to that outside zone. He's carrying a lot of speed past these last clips. And is he going to be able to salvage this run? And there you go. That's the beginning of your two-step competition.
Oh, man. We were watching this first initiation, and it was so, what's the word? I would say generous, soft.
You're trying so hard not to say mid.
Yeah, that initiation, I don't want to insult him, but it was kind of mid. And then throughout the whole line, he was mid of the track at times. I think he only hit the inner clip one throughout it. He tapped a little bit of the outer zone too, coming in to dive in, and unfortunately, not being able to hit all the zones.
Yeah, it was conservative, but it was a little too conservative. I mean, he didn't really fill any of the zones. He stayed on track, which is a plus. I mean, off track we know is a 0. But at the same time, you know, it's really hard to figure out where that was from. I mean, the car is very grippy. Clearly, it's very grippy. And he may not realize just how much he needs to compensate for that grip with more commitment and throwing more momentum at the car. Sometimes you want to get on the gas and you assume that it's going to kick out and the rear end's going to slide out. You'll get more angle and just create a smoke show. But if you're too gripped up, then the car is not going to do that. It's actually just going to turn into a spearhead, and it's going to just launch forward on you. And it seemed like any time he tried to get on the gas, he was anticipating it to slide out, and it just stayed exactly where it was and only sped up faster around the corner. And it looks like that's where a lot of that jittery steering came from.
Yeah, unfortunately that this driver had to struggle throughout this whole run, but do you think it possibly had to take account of today it was hot and then he had the tune set up and then didn't realize he was going to be competing later on in the night?
Yeah, I mean, it's very possible, especially when you take into consideration the really quick last-second changes you can make at a track day. I mean, one of the big ones is tire pressure, and a lot of people don't realize how big of a role that plays when you're out here at a drift event, but it's insane. I mean, I've been out to drift events where my number is like 20 PSI I want to be at, and my tires come in at 32, and I'm used to letting air out of them to get there, and I just forget, and I go out there with just 10 more PSI, and now I'm spinning. So depending on the driver and what they're used to, if you go out on track and you try to make a change expecting something to happen, and now there's a whole different result, I mean, you get placed in that exact scenario. So this driver could have easily said, I'm going to put less tire pressure in the car, and that's going to help me out during the day while it's really hot, a little bit slicker. And now as it's cool, they might just be really gripped up. It's completely possible, and you really can't assume everything up here from the judge's booth or even watching this from as many camera angles as you can get. Only the driver really knows what they were up against. You know, this could have been a conversation right before getting in the car, or it could have been something where they might have been struggling with the same problem all day.
Yeah, that's such a struggle, especially when you're talking about different types of sections on this track where they lay rubber down throughout the day. If they have more grip, more rubber down on that track, then it becomes more slippery. And now we have these guys coming in at Mach Jesus at time into that outer zone too. We're worried that they might hit that wall at times. All right, we have our next driver coming out to the burnout box. Looks like Nathaniel Jordan is out here. Oh, he has headlights today.
All right, so we have a final score for Davey Peeples. I know that he was out here just a little while ago. It just took a moment for the judges to tally it and for it to appear for us. So it looks like Davey Peeples came out with a 55.67, placing him in 8th place in the bracket.
Now we have Jordan out here at the line. Another, is that a Mustang out there? I can't see it through the line, but we're getting him ready. Getting ready. We're waiting for the green light from the judges. Jordan. So if you're looking at the cones right now, earlier today we were talking. I was in the driver's briefing. And the cones, they're normally a chicane to the right. Now it's to the left. And that's to avoid possible contact for these lead drivers going into that first outer zone where they have to do that weight transfer going into it. It's very interesting to see that the chicane is actually going to the left.
All right, it looks like we might have some sort of issue coming up to the line. We have Nathaniel Jordan up there ready to do his run. And the moment we're just pausing is it looks like there might be some sort of a spillage or leakage going on with his car. It sounds like the officials are stating that there's a little bit of puddling action going on underneath his car as he's sitting there ready to begin his run.
So there's the possibility that the driver can actually go out and fix whatever he needs to fix to get him ready. Have you ever been in this kind of situation where you're like, oh, there's fluid coming out, I don't know what it is. How are you going to diagnose it? What are you going to attack first?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of different fluids that are different levels of uh-oh. You know, I mean, there's if it's an oil leak, then you know that it might be something that's just as simple as a gasket or some other issue. If there's smoke, that's a whole other issue. You know, power steering fluid could be on the floor. And now if it's a mixture of fluid and metal, there's almost nothing quick you're going to do to make that better.
Yeah.
Or if it's a mixture of, like, water and oil all at once. I mean, anything can happen with a car, and it can fail at any point. And that's what's kind of crazy, too, is these cars can be so reliable during the day, especially during these hostile conditions. And now all of a sudden it's cool out. You're not expecting to have issues, and yet you're come face-to-face with one. So, so the driver right now trying to assess the situation. We're not sure right now if we're going to be able to get a qualifying run out of him just yet.
Now, what do you expect from the qualifying runs you saw today? What are you thinking about for the competition tomorrow?
I mean, I think that there's drivers that have a little bit of time to work on something just tonight alone. I mean, we saw Ryan Kaufman getting more comfortable with his car. He's been getting more comfortable all day. So I'd say that just having more practice tonight will only make him a bigger threat to deal with tomorrow. On the other hand, we have drivers that are just having problems with their car that if they can't get them fixed tonight, might just be bigger issues tomorrow and could be bigger issues tonight. For some people, unfortunately, we know their weekend was over before qualifying even began, and that's a really crushing situation to be in. I mean, you work so hard to get to these events, and you just do a little bit of practice, and I mean, if you were the person that stayed up till 3 a.m. to work on your car just to try and come here and compete, and then you didn't have something go your way in the first couple practice runs, you are going to leave just feeling really defeated. But ultimately, sometimes those are the drivers that come back the next round, and they're the new wild card. They come out at day one or day one of the next competition, and they're just a force to be reckoned with. They're killing it in practice. They're at the top of the bracket all day. So, you know, really anything can happen. I love the community here. I love the drivers that have decided to show up for this competition. Super excited, and it's crazy because you end up here, especially as announcers, just personal fans of half the grid. I mean, as you start to finally see people be regulars, you just want all of them to succeed.
Especially when you're talking about some of these underdogs out here coming out. And we're speaking of underdogs, there's some guys I was talking to earlier about how they're underpowered to some drivers and how I want that guy to succeed so bad because he'd be like, hey, I don't have as much horsepower than you and I still won. So even though it's not about all horsepower, it's more skill finesse with the drive, but it's still another cap you could put on.
And speaking of underdogs, I'd like to talk about my dogs under us. We got our guys from the Aryan server we were talking about earlier. They're in the stands with us. So very happy to see that they actually came out here to this event. We got our guy out there, Dials FPV, who also does the virtual flying. So we have Flyday doing the in-person flying, and we have an actual digital guy doing the digital version. So he's very cool, very cuddly. He has an awesome beard. And I know you got a beard too. I think we're going to have to line you guys up later and just see who wins the cake for that one.
I think he definitely has a better beard than me, but definitely these guys are awesome, especially coming out here. You'll see them in the crowd. Dials also does IRL stuff, like with Matt Peels, he did some clips with it. It was pretty cool. Also, these guys, when we do the competitions, there is also a production in the background too. So you've been in the seat with me, and you've heard production come in the air, and we are able to communicate with each other. And we got some of the guys out here and supporting the whole event is awesome.
What was really fun is I got to get those guys and bring them over to the live production studio that we have here in the trailer over there. And the guys that bring you the live stream here for USDrift Circuit, they are tucked away in a trailer that it looks like they're just ready to just take over the world. And they've got every kind of tool in there. I don't know what it is that any of the stuff is that they point out how they run the show, but it is just a full command center that they bring with them. And they have a team that's extremely talented. So as we work on things to try and make the stream better, just understand that like we are working with a team that definitely has the know-how and definitely has the hardware, and every stream we're looking to just make things better. So very excited about that. And it looks like unfortunately that driver that was up there at the line is going to likely not make a pass. So we're going to be right back. Thank you guys so much for being with us. While we just figure out what's going on with the driver on track, we're going to let you have a word from our sponsors, and we're going to bring you back hopefully when our next qualifier is up. Don't go anywhere.
Hey, how you doing? I'm Nico Christidis, the owner of Golden Grown. I started a hemp farm in Sierra Valley, California for my autistic daughter, Elena, and my CBD is 100% organic. The difference between THC and CBD is all natural. It's 100% organic. THC is mind-altering. That's not what Golden Grown sells. Golden Grown sells an experience of an organic, natural supplement to make you relax. One of our best sellers is a CBD oral strip. It is absolutely amazing. 100% organic, FDA approved. You take a strip out, you put it on your tongue, it dissolves in your mouth, and it's total relaxation, stress reliever in about 20 minutes. I wouldn't sell something to you that I wouldn't personally have in my own home. Stay tuned for our newest Golden Grown's Bake and Blaze. We are the first and only original home of CBD tech.
Instagram, YouTube.
All right, hello and welcome back to our stream here at Sebring International Raceway for round 2 of US Drift Circuit Formula Drift Pro-Am. We are slowly making our way through qualifying. We just had to take a moment because of the fact that the driver that was up next in line started dribbling a pool of oil on the track right there at the starting line. So we had to get him towed out of the way, have the oil cleaned up, and then we are now back and ready to go. So Sergio is going to be our next driver up next. He's in the burnout box right now, and we're about to see our next qualifying run.
I'm excited what this Sergio would actually do with this run. We have been seeing a lot of runs getting a little, we'll go say it mid, going in the initiation is not setting him up for success for that second outer zone. We're waiting to see the green light for Sergio. And
all right, judges are saying send it. It looks like the car is about to start moving from the line. Light goes green, and here we go. Going into the initiation, we're looking for an aggressive run here to get himself a difference and shake up the points. He's going to go out to the outside zone, having a bobble there, being really inside, not filling that first outer zone. We're going to look to see him transition here and hopefully clean up the rest of this run as he makes his way. And one of the only remaining S chassis, and it looks like that might be a double tire drop. Leaving right there, and he's doing this run almost completely in the dark. I mean, his headlights are not illuminated. His brake lights are the only sign of light we see coming from that car. So from our perspective, we're pretty much just relying on that drone footage. Purple S14 does a great job driving. We saw him in practice, but right there, just really shallow and unfortunately looked like 2 tires off track.
it's unfortunate to see that how his initiation was very, very conservative. These guys got to just put all the weight, momentum, and just send it into that first outer zone and get a good line going all the way through. He did bobble in the beginning of that zone all the way into it. Now he also possibly misses that inner clip from what we see on the replay. Tire drops in the beginning of the outer zone, and then coming all the way around. Now he is coming all the way into that inner clip and misses that inner clip. You just got to send it, my guy.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like I might have been wrong there. I think I might have misspoke. From here, it looked like potentially 2 tires might have dropped off, but I think that he might have skated away with just 1. But still not sure what the judges are going to critique, because it was still a pretty rough run. And I know that driver's capable of far more than what we just saw.
Yeah, we were looking at it through the replays. I've seen probably 1 good weight transfer Scandinavian flick today. A lot of the guys are putting it into an e-brake or a clutch kick to get into that first outer zone. But you need all that weight transfer to actually carry yourself into that outer zone, especially on this track.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of a feint entry in this kind of a scenario. The feint entry just does a great job at getting all the momentum that you would typically have, you know, not until the middle of the corner, and you're just introducing it to the very entrance of the corner.
Yeah.
And what that helps you do is just extend deeper into something like a huge outer zone, which is what we have here. So if a driver is really looking to just make sure that they're going to get all the way out there, they can always catch themselves with the throttle later. I would definitely recommend doing a little bit of a feint entry and then flooring it on the gas line once you get positioned.
Yeah, and especially when you're talking about this kind of entry, if you notice on the initiation point, you have a 3-2-1 cones out there. At that 1 cone, the cone closest to that zone, they need to be in drift. So
judges, judges have to do a lot that they have to look over, but they're also doing a good job at just annotating why they made these decisions. So at any point, they can refer back and understand why they made these calls. It helps build consistency in what the calls are, so that way one judge, if they analyze one driver made a mistake, it comes to their mind a little bit later. A lot of people can probably relate to that a little bit. You remember something a little bit better when you write it down, and it just kind of helps build confidence in their judging. So it's very important that they do that process. I like watching their penmanship take place here, and we're just looking to get our next score. And as we make our way through the rest of qualifying, now's a good time to mention the knockout qualifying setup here. So what we're going to be doing here is everyone who ran and got in the top 24, what they're going to be able to do is just stick with their score, and then anyone below the top 24, which we have about 28 drivers for this, they are going to get a chance to do a second run, and that includes people who did a 0. So we saw a couple zeros out here. We even had like John Temple come out here. We saw that he had unfortunately dropped 2 tires, and we know he's capable of much more. He's There we go. Should we just put something under it? All right, just a moment, dealing with some technical difficulties here.
Next, we're going to see Brandon Cox into the burnout box, getting his tires ready for the next run. What's your experience with Brandon Cox, my man?
I mean, a lot of these drivers are definitely have what it takes. Just to kind of finish up what I was explaining there, the last 4 drivers are going to have a chance to just fill the order of those last 4 positions. So what that means is if you got a 0, you get to do your second qualifying run. You're not going to just get above whoever the first place qualifier was. They came out, they got a good score in their first run out of the gate. So all you're doing is you're battling for those last slots and what order you're going to take place there. And now if we have less than 24 drivers that can even put down a clean score, then it's just anybody below that is going to get a chance at a knockout qualifier. So we may have only 4 runs, and if we see more zeros, it could be 5, 6, but everyone is going to get one chance if they get a 0 to get in the game.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing Brandon Cox getting up to the line, and here he comes, coming all the way down this straight, getting a nice aggressive initiation, missing the first outer zone, going into it, and actually possibly touching it with 1 tire, going into this inner clip, and now putting all the weight transfer, getting the commitment, full sending it all the way around, getting possibly 1 tire drop towards the end of that outer zone, and here's his big flick, and he's gonna dive all the way into that, and oh man, the smoke got me. It looked like he was going to dive, but then his body just sends himself all the way out. But he did a fantastic job throughout that second outer zone.
Brian Cox is another great driver who's just been advancing with us more and more each round. And we saw him last round out here, and he's known for having not just one of the Corvettes, but a Corvette with probably the best, cleanest red paint job. A lot of drifters don't care too much about the specific coat of paint on their car, and his is always this very rosy red, looks great.
Yeah, he flicked so hard, and it looked like it's going to set him up into that final inner clip, but then I guess it was just too much weight transfer, and it sent him on an outer line. Looked good, but he needs to hit that inner clip, bro.
All right, so I have a quick announcement for everyone at the track to just pay close attention. So the schedule for tomorrow has changed for Pro-Am. So I just would like everyone to be, take notice of that. Please check USDrift Circuit on Instagram. Instead of doing around a 1:45 p.m. competition, track is actually going to go hot around 8:45 a.m. for competition. There are expected to be some inclement weather in the afternoon, and we're looking to be able to get everyone through competition tomorrow. So once again, please check USDrift Circuit on Instagram for the brand new schedule. Times are already posted on the page, and you can go ahead and look at what time the full schedule for tomorrow is going to be. But the key points are 8 a.m. live stream is going to go ahead and go live. 8:45 a.m. the competition is going to have to start. We apologize for the inconvenience of the schedule change, but it is the only way we are able to ensure a higher chance that we get everyone through the competition without any problems from weather. So unfortunately, we had to run into that situation. I mean, a lot of these guys, they kind of already planned. If they already had planned on what they were going to be doing tonight, that of course like shakes things up a little bit. They got to get ready to compete in the morning now. But that's just how things are here. I mean, we've had this happen in Florida where we've had an event that everyone was worried it was going to completely rained out, and we were done by 3 p.m., and we had everything wrapped up. So all these drivers, they just did a lot to get out here. And if they're going to be out here and have sacrificed so much, if we need to shift the schedule so they can get their chance to compete, it's far better than ever needing to cancel.
Yeah, especially when you're trying to compete in this Formula Drift Pro-Am event and you want to get that license. Sometimes you got to sacrifice some time and effort, and unfortunately wake up a little bit early and try to get yourself on the track and getting yourself more a bedtime breakfast or morning time breakfast, whatever you need to do.
Yeah, I mean, if you're staying at the 7 Sebring Hotel and you got the breakfast voucher, I mean, you're in luck because breakfast is over by 9 a.m. anyways. So so if you weren't planning on taking advantage of that breakfast, if you paid for it, then I would recommend going ahead and taking advantage now. But yeah, I mean, it's one of these situations that's tough for this track in particular too. So us at Sebring have to follow a very particular set of safety protocols, and one of them is that if there is any lightning within a certain radius, it's not the rain that we're worried about, it's really the lightning. It'll put a complete stop to the event, and we are not allowed to operate as long as there is lightning within a certain radius. I don't remember if it's 2 miles or 5 miles or whatever it is from the track, but there are detection systems used by the track to look for any static electricity in the atmosphere. If a single lightning bolt happens, it notifies it, and it immediately triggers a 30-minute wait time where until there has to be no lightning strikes for about 30 minutes, and then if that happens, we can go hot, and then we might only get 5 minutes, and if there's even one more lightning strike, that's another 30 minutes completely down. So it can be really, really hostile of a schedule and really hectic and chaotic. It's better to just try and avoid it.
Talking about breakfast earlier, what do you think is better, pancakes or waffles?
Ooh, that's a battle right there. You know, I'm going to say it just to toss things up a little bit. I'm a French toast man. I'm a French toast man till I die.
That's
I have to be. I want it with powdered sugar. I want it to be really, really fire with some fruit on it.
Okay.
I need it to look extra. You know, I love First Watch. It's a great. I like for my breakfast to look pretty. You know.
You probably had those fancy orange juice glasses too.
Oh, of course. If they bring it to me in any other glass, I tell them no, bring it back.
Oh my goodness.
So right now we can hear some engines firing up. It looks like Ryan Acevedo is going to be up next. Ryan Acevedo has done an awesome job of learning this track, and he's been with us now for not just 1 season, but 2 of USDrift Circuit Formula Drift Pro-Am. And he was a force to be reckoned with last season, and I think he got a taste of advancing through the point system last season. I think that he's definitely one of these drivers who is eyeing the prize, and especially with there only being 1 license available for first place, he knows he's going to have to work every little bit of ounce for that, for that reward. And he came here. It looks like he's driving with a plan. I'm excited to see that plan play out in qualifying. Here he comes hot with a feint entry into the initiation zone. We know that feint is going to be a good advantage for him as he gets to that outside zone. Looking at the drone footage, looks like he does a good job getting out there, touching that inner clip as he gets into that second outside zone, coming by the wall and towards the crowd. We see him just getting 1 tire into that zone, getting around that 1 clip, rotating the car, and he's going to try to sweep past these last 2 clips and that late clip. And it looks like right there across the line, that was an excellent looking run.
That 350 is so loud.
He's a rocket ship.
But we're going to see the replay of Ryan Acevedo. Acevedo coming in with the feint entry, missing that first outer zone, actually possibly touching that white line on the inside of that. Then he possibly drops a tire into that inner clip, coming into that second outer zone, gets a little bit in there, but then he dives to try to get this final inner clip. And the inner clip, he actually did get it, and he got real deep with it.
Yeah, so it looks like, I mean, he didn't completely miss any of the zones. It looks like the outer zones, he kind of, I mean, on this first corner, we can see he's too shallow in the beginning. We know that much. But he seems to reel himself out into that outer zone as he got deeper into the corner. And then moving on to the second outer zone, we saw the same thing. So he's not really deep into the zone, but for the most part, he is at least getting there. And he's doing a good job keeping the car on a very progressive line. His throttle input seemed like he was very confident in what he was doing. So could execute that line a little bit better. But I still think that's one of the better qualifying runs we've seen tonight.
Yeah. The only thing that would make it better if there's a huge flamethrower coming out of the back.
Yeah, everyone, I think now we're big fans. Everyone definitely better if there's fire.
Oh, man. But that entry was getting into it. And going into that first outer zone, it was, unfortunately, he struggled to actually send that car even deeper. That's what we're seeing a lot today with these drivers, that they're initiating maybe a little bit too early or maybe a little bit not enough of the angle for momentum-wise.
Yeah, and Ryan Acevedo has done the other layout that we've had out here multiple times. We kept revisiting the same layout multiple times last season, and it's the same layout that we started with this season. This is the first round where we're trying out this new layout, and it just goes to show that even if you're a face of a previous season, if this is your first round out here at US Drift Circuit on this layout, well, I got news for you. It's everybody's first time on this layout. You could have been here all last season, or this could be your first day with us, but you're coming in with just the same advantages or disadvantages as anybody else on the grid. You guys are all learning this from the first time, and I can tell you firsthand, coming from the opposite direction on this track almost makes it a completely different track.
Yeah, especially with these drivers coming out here and they just try to put it all out on the line, but I think the new layout has probably shaken some nerves for these drivers. But being able to study the track and study what you need to do to hit each zones, and how in the beginning of the day the track was laid out a little bit different with the zones, and now they extended it out a little bit more and trying to make it more smooth and consistent.
So waiting for the judges to go ahead and tally that one up. It'll be interesting to see what that score gives us as we make our way through the rest of qualifying. We appreciate you guys for staying with us. If you're still with us here, we know qualifying's been taking a little bit of time, but we do have a pretty high attendance for this event. We were expecting that hopefully there would just at least be a top 16. Now we know that there's about 28 drivers who registered for Pro-Am. So we're almost to the point of having a full 32 and even having to boot people out of 32 if this event and series continues to grow in popularity. But that's a great sign, because the more people that are part of these events, the longer there'll be a stage in Florida for people to progress from grassroots to get one step closer to Formula Drift. So people being here, the fans being here, spectators, and even drivers looking to just get their feet wet with this type of competition, it's all great for the sport, and especially the opportunities for drivers out of Florida.
We're getting our next driver out into the burnout box, warming up the tires, getting himself ready.
So this next driver is definitely no new face to US Drift Circuit. This is Sascha Prospero coming out in his S14 with a V8 in it. We know that he's been out here. His car is usually red. Last time he joined us last season, a red S14 with a black door on the side of it. Made it very close to the finals as far as the top points leaders. And he also was very competitive, making his way up to a podium last season. And this year, he's come with a vengeance. He's even more competitive. His car seems more focused. He finally painted the car. It looks beautiful white with a body kit. And he's definitely out here to shake things up. And he was also doing great in practice. So we just had 2 runs back-to-back that might threaten our points leaders.
All right, we see Sascha coming out here, getting the lights. Here we go. Seeing him come out here. Let's see how good of an initiation he could get on this. A little weight transfer in there, and he gets the beginning of that first outer zone. He's left foot braking all the way around, trying to dive into his inner clip, and he does. Now he's going to that. Oh, mercy. He is freewheeling on that final outer zone, sending it all the way around. A little slight overcorrection, and here he goes into that final inner clip. My word. That man just three-wheeled it on that second outer zone.
Yeah, let's hear it right there for Sascha Prospero, doing a great job there with this run. And we saw him come off of the zones later on in the run, but definitely what I like about him is that it's so hard to notice some of the mistakes because he just drives so confidently. He kind of just took his time getting into that first zone, getting in outer zone 1. We see him at least riding on it like a rail. And then as he comes into that inner clip, he does a good job kind of analyzing how far he has to send himself towards the wall. We see him do a really close touch and go on that inner clip. And as he makes his way out here, I love to see this, super deep into that outside zone. We see almost both tires multiple times revisit that outside zone. And then coming into this, we see him just transition. He's a little off of those last 2 clips, but he still finishes it off by just tucking in. So, I mean, really only off of those 2 clips right there at the very end of the circuit. It looked like he did a great job everywhere else on the course.
Yeah, as soon as you saw him come around that outer zone, the second outer zone, facing towards him, you see the front tire just lift up and then just plant right back down. It was so satisfying to watch as he goes on around the whole outer zone, being successful with that.
And he's another example of a driver who knows the exact limits of his car. We've seen him out here. I mean, he's known for just using all of his wise fab. He's just we've seen him crab walk across the line and still not spin somehow. And he's just now got a little bit of changes to his car where we're seeing even more forward bite out of his car, a little more control on the steering. I mean, the car fits him so well in his driving style, and it almost is tailored to help him work on the things that he could improve on. So I think now he just needs to grow into the changes that he's made a little bit and just get more consistent, which we've seen him do in the past. And I love this. It's a great marriage between that car and that driver.
Yeah, coming into that whole run, he actually committed from beginning to end, so that's good to see. And that gives you a round of applause like the audience did. It was good. It's good to see. We see the judges are looking over the drone replay, and they're analyzing what needs to be taken off points-wise as we have our drivers now lining up to get ready for their second qualifying run or even getting ready for the knockout qual.
right, so here we go. Fello's up next, doing his qualifying run. We're just coming back. You didn't miss a beat as Fello's coming into the first corner, doing a great job filling outer zone 1, coming into the inside clipping zone as he makes his way into that second outer zone. Let's see some commitment out of him. If anyone's going to know how to do it, it should be Fello, doing a good job getting deep, staying wide, and now we're looking to see that transition into that last outer zone. We might have a new points leader if he can just tuck it in, and he loses a little bit of distance on that inner clip. But there you go. That is Fello, a longtime driver here in the South Florida scene. Give it a hand for Fello Ambivero, if I'm messing up that name. Thoughts on that?
So he did a solid first outer zone. Going into this inner clip was fantastic. A little bit shallow on that inner clip, but then going into the second outer zone, he didn't really commit. That's the one thing. But he did run it all the way out to the end of that outer zone. Then this is where the problem child happened on that final inner clip, where his weight transfer actually sent him a little bit wide.
Yeah, listening to a lot of that engine tone there. I mean, he's just very aggressive on the throttle. He's at least has the driving characteristics necessary to put together this track. As you can see, only little bits of corrections here and there are all that's necessary to turn that into a stellar run. It was already a great run. It requires very little to be worked on, but I'm sure he's going to know how to tidy it up by tomorrow. All right, so looking over our scores here, we have a couple scores we haven't had a chance to fill you in until we could get everything compiled here on our end. So looks like Douglas Santana was a 71, and right above him now is the new third-place points holder as Sascha Prospero reels in a 77. Second and third place are tied with 77s, and then we also had a run by Ryan Acevedo go by without us being able to give you a score. It looks like that one is going to be a 69.33, placing him in about fifth place.
Nice.
We're still waiting on that score from Fello to populate for us. We'll let you know on that one as soon as we see it roll in. And we're almost through our qualifying. We're trying to speed this up as fast as we can for you guys. We appreciate you guys being good sports with us. All right, up next is Stephen Tassinaro. He's a no new face to us either out here. Another return visitor for USDrift circuit. Very consistent and very smooth. We're hoping after all this jittery driving we've seen back-to-back, we'll see someone stitch it together nice and smooth. We just saw Sascha Prospero go through there and do a great job. And now we had someone, he also finished in third place last season, or last round. So very good driving last round. We're hoping to see the same momentum carried in this season throughout every single round. Definitely one of the people that is a contender for the championship this year.
Well, I'm excited to see that, excuse me, that having this guy come out here. Steven looks like he was very, very well done putting together the whole track today. During practice, we're waiting for the lights for the drivers, getting ready to send him out there. And here he comes, Steven coming in with a nice E-brake initiation into that first outer zone. Left foot braking all the way around, all the way to the end of the outer zone. That was a nice fill out. Oh, he is punting that inner clip, and he is riding that line all the way around. Oh, mercy, as he goes into this final inner clip. Is he going to hit it? Will he do it? Yes, he does. Now we might see a top points leader. Give it up, the crowd. Holy smokes.
That's definitely what I would say has potential to be a new points leader in qualifying right there. You can see he gets his back bumper out, and he just hangs it all the way around the track. He's so consistent and he's so smooth. Here we go, looking at the replay, coming with a nice initiation. He starts out on the outside of the track and he just keeps the edge of his bumper glued to that outside white line. That's about as deep into that outside zone as you can possibly be. Coming around the inner clip, he even boots it with just a little bit of a tap on his front bumper there. It's a little bit of a ding on him, but ultimately that's as close as you can get. And he comes all the way around that last zone. We look to see a lot of angle and slow down here, and he does a great job just bringing the car almost to a halt, just rotate it, get himself positioned, and get back on the throttle. So right there, great driving by Stephen Tassinaro. Third place last round, and that's the kind of driving we want to see from someone looking to get themselves secured on the podium and have a chance at that first place position in the championship.
Yeah, he was very aggressive coming out of that first outer zone and punting that inner clip. I haven't seen much of that today, which is really good to see. But if you're aggressive going into that first inner clip, you're going to set yourself up on that final outer zone to actually send that back end to be able to ride it all the way around. And he pretty much rode the line all the way around. It was awesome to see.
So judges, I think, are going to be able to make some pretty easy work of that. There's only a couple things to critique there. He always makes it very easy. So his car originally, when we saw him last year, was always a car he was very smooth with, but it looked like he was lacking a little bit of grip and ability to just be competitive in that sense. This year, and what we saw last round, is all of that changed. So he was just as smooth, just as consistent, only he was actually reeling in his competitors pretty well, which is not a side of him that we saw last season. I don't know if that's changing in his driving approach or the car or a combination of both, but we saw him just be absolutely fierce last round. And on a track like this, it looks like he's going to be able to take full advantage of it. It looks like he clearly knows the track well enough that from the chase position, I'd imagine he's going to do the same thing we saw last round.
He was so settled, and each turn, it wasn't like you saw him bobble or tweak the wheel a little bit. He was very settled throughout the whole thing. Going into that first outer zone was insane to watch compared to what we've seen. And the initiation was really clean, so I'm happy to see this kind of run, especially towards the end of the competition.
We are looking to keep things rolling here. Once again, if you guys are here chilling with us, make sure you give a visit to any of our sponsors that are here. We also have ride-alongs. We had food that was available here earlier, amazing food. Once again, we were talking about that earlier, and all the people that run those food trucks were just so nice, so accommodating. We had great stuff here. I'm almost sad that I didn't treat this a little bit like one of the things we have here in Florida. We have like Epcot Food and Wine Festival, and anytime I see a bunch of food trucks, I feel like I just got to click into that same mentality. I just got to try something from every single one of them.
Yeah, that burger was actually pretty bomb. It was good. It was nice and juicy and cheesy.
It looks like we only have all right, it looks like our next driver in the burnout box. Looks like we're going to have two back-to-back drivers. Are going to be a real treat. I believe that's Luis Lanz going into the burnout box right now, and behind him, I believe we have Nick Ward. Very interesting that we have them back-to-back because that was your first and second place battle winners from last round, and unfortunately ended that round with a collision in the second run. But both of them phenomenal drivers. I mean, Luis Lanz was also your second place in qualifying last run, so we know that he's forced to be reckoned with both in tandem competition and in qualifying on its own, and we're certain to see that he's going to deliver on this. He was awesome in practice. He's one of our more advanced drivers joining us in this season, and definitely seems to hold his own every time we see him. He's very, very consistent when he makes an arrival on scene. And Nick Ward with Taxi Garage doing all sorts of different stuff. I mean, we had Fuel Fest. He came out and did a show, and he was in the finals. If you didn't know about Fuel Fest, it's also an event ran by US Drift Circuit on the drifting side of things, where the Fast and Furious tour kind of makes its way across the country, and US Drift Circuit hosts the drifting part of the exhibition there. And we did a mock competition this year, and Nick Ward was able to make his way all the way to the finals against Jaden, which is also one of our podium finishers from last season, and now competing in Pro Spec. So it's good to see not just the consistency in the driving from day to day, but the consistency in the results of these drivers when they come up on scene. So now with Luis Lorza next, about to wrap up finishing his tires, we should be in for quite a show if he's come to compete the way he did last round.
Finish that line. Finish that outer zone. Hey, finish the outer zone! All right, then get off.
All right, we see Luis Lanz. Luis lining up on the line. We're going to see how efficient he's going to do filling out each zone out here. And Nick Ward is definitely going to be exciting to see right after him. But let's see what these drivers could do. We have Luis coming out, waiting for the red lights.
And there we go. The light is red. We're seeing a countdown, and then light goes green. Luis Lorza leaving the line. Immediately aggressive on his start. He's drag racing to the first corner. Looks like he means business when it comes to momentum into turn one. We see him on the outside zone. A little bit of left foot brake to try and get him on the right trajectory. Full throttle as he makes his way to that inner clip. The touch and go on that front nose does a great job. Doesn't touch the clip, but gets very close on this outside zone. Full throttle and commitment as he makes his way out. And oh, he might be about 2 tires off. That's going to come close, and we're going to have to look at that footage. He makes his way around the rest of the course, though, and does a great job with those last clips. Very aggressive run, lots of momentum, lots of style and angle. It's really going to come down to that one outside zone. It looks like he threw it super deep into this last big sweeper. He might have gone 2 tires off. We're going to have to take a look at the replay footage.
Yeah, unfortunately on that first outer zone, he was flirting with the outer zone, possibly missed it, but then the second outer zone coming in, full send, full throttle, and possible 2 tire drops. It looks like it's a 2 tire drop, but as we see on this replay, definitely a little struggle going into it.
Yeah, I mean, he came in with all the right ideas. I mean, he came in with tons of aggression. He came in with lots of angle and momentum. He was doing everything he needed to do. But unfortunately, I think he just washed out. And we do have confirmation from the judges. That was 2 tires off. So now we've heard it. It's official. The verdict is that's going to be a goose egg. It's going to be a 0 for that run. So unfortunate to see. Luis Lorza is definitely capable of stitching together an amazing run. And I think that the proof is in the pudding of the rest of that run that we just saw. I mean, right there it's tough because people don't really understand the dynamic that gets tricky for drivers is that you come off the gas for a little bit and people don't realize that the throttle you're applying at angle is actually what's keeping you on track sometimes. So It seems like right there he came off gas a little bit and the car just washed out, and by the time he got back on the gas, too little too late, he was already off track.
It's a huge struggle to try to get that all the way around. You see him applying left foot braking to try to kind of extend all the way into that zone, but it's unfortunate that he sends himself he sends it a little too hard, but let's put it that way.
And we have officials right there on track at the moment, just repainting the lines. And I bet you're wondering why his paintbrush looks so funny. And that's because we are actually using flour to place down the lines. And it works really well because you can see a bunch of the white dust kick up whenever any of these tires make their way across that line. We simply go ahead and put some flour in a fertilizer and make our way around the track. So give a round of applause right there for our US Drift Circuit staff doing a great job drawing lines.
As we see the golf cart hitting the outer zone, going all the way around.
Yeah, people may not know this, but this is the same flour we use for the US Drift Circuit bake sale we host every single year. So if you're ever looking to get a muffin from us and it tastes a little bit funny, it's because there's just lots of competitive spirit, tire, oil, everything you could imagine on this track, making its way into that flour. And we use everything here. We're not wasteful. We use that flour for good use.
Yeah. And you were explaining how this was previously a military base. I know how tarmacs could get hot, especially in this Florida weather or in different climates. But it's definitely it's an interesting treat coming out to a racetrack where it's road and tarmac. That's cool.
All right, so our next driver is making their way into the burnout box, and if I remember from what we saw earlier, it looks like Nick Ward is the next driver up. And there we go, Nick Ward with Taxi Garage in the S14, your first place winner from last round of US Drift Circuit, making his way, clearing that outer zone, doing a great job getting super deep into that outer zone. He's looking to get close to this next clipping zone and stay full throttle committed as he comes out here. And we're looking to see him stay on track. He's super deep. Let's see what he's going to make of the latter portion of the run. Getting close to the outside zone. He's got to fill out the last section. He makes his way, could be a little bit closer, but seals the deal at the end of that run with that last clipping point. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Nick Ward with Taxi Garage.
He was one of the competitors I was watching today during practice that I was talking about that was being spicy. And man, he rode that line on the second outer zone. It was awesome. Coming into the first outer zone, as you see on this replay, being very consistent throughout that whole thing, getting a little shallow in that inner clip, but now you see him kicking up the flower, going all the way around, missing the zone a little bit in the middle of it, but then he slingshots his back end all the way around to try to hit that final inner clip. It's great to see that.
Yeah, I mean, Nick Ward rises to any occasion when it comes to technicality of a track. And when it comes to us trying to design this track and why these seasoned drivers are having such a hard time, it's because we didn't just roll up to Starbucks and ask for an iced coffee from these drivers. We went up and we said, we want a venti iced matcha latte with 2 pumps of vanilla, sweet foam, and oat milk. And he said, okay, I'm going to put it together for you. And look at that. We saw an amazing run out of him. And I'm sure we're going to see more like that in competition tomorrow.
You go to Starbucks way too much, man. I'm a Dunkin' guy. Don't, yeah, man.
You know what's the worst? Go into Dunkin' and ask for it as in the form of a venti and see how quick those people turn on you.
I thought you were going to ask me what was the worst coffee, and I said, yep, the defect coffee in the Army.
Oh, my God.
It's like turpentine.
So here we go. The judges doing their math here, doing their quick maths. 2 + 2 is 5, minus 4, that's 6. That's why I'm not a judge.
You're about to confuse my son right now.
All right, so that was the last qualifying run. We're waiting on scores for the run from Nick Ward to figure out where that's going to position us, but we are now positioning the drivers who did not get a competitive score. So your bottom drivers right now, everyone has now done a run. And if the drivers came out with a 0 or are on the bottom of grid of all the points, they're getting one last chance to stitch together a run to get in tomorrow, okay? We're as close to being all as inclusive as we can. We're not going to let everybody have a trophy. They got to come and at least put a score down. And the knockout's a great way to do that because if you had a great first run, you don't really need to go again.
Yep.
You're already in the show. These guys are going to get to just pick the ladder of the starting order if they can just get some points down. And I know for some people right now, they're very happy about that.
Yep.
I mean, we know John Temple came out here. He came 2 tires off. We just watched Luis Lorza also come 2 tires off. These are both drivers that deserve to be in this competition and definitely have what it takes to go be fierce competitors tomorrow. We need to see them out here and give it one more shot. And I know right now all of them are going to make sure they tidy up their mistakes and just get in the game for tomorrow.
These drivers coming out here today, especially with this knockout, you got to send it. Today is where you're going to have to send it so you can get into the competition tomorrow and make it easy for the judges to say, hey, you know what? This is a good run. This is a good score. Do not make it a struggle for the judges. Because you're going to set yourself up for failure, especially when you're going into this competition tomorrow. It might be easy to start off and get yourself a little conservative run, but my mans, you got to be able to run it.
All right, we got some updated scores for you guys. So we now have a brand new first place and second place in the qualifiers. So Nick Ward is now your first place leader in qualifying with an 83.
Yeah, buddy.
Nick Ward with an 83, rocking and representing Taxi Garage. And then now for second place, your new leader for second place is Stephen Tassinaro with an 82. Only 1 point away from Nick Ward. Your new leaders are Nick Ward and Stephen Tassinaro, with third place being still solidified by Erick Nogueira.
Well deserved. Well deserved by both of them.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing more driving that's going to set the tone for tomorrow. And these are not names that are strangers to being at the top of the grid. I mean, in qualifying, we expect to see these names do pretty well. And they're definitely coming out, and they're being the exact drivers we know them to be. So I'm really excited for what's in store tomorrow. Of course, tonight is only the qualifying. And once again, if you guys are not aware of the schedule changes, please stay tuned and check out the USDrift Circuit Instagram. Originally, we were going to start around 1:45 in the afternoon tomorrow. Due to expected inclement weather, we are going to be starting way earlier, and track and competition goes hot at 8:45 a.m. Eastern time. So a huge difference, but please make sure you're checking out Instagram and the live updates. This is not the first time we've had to do something like that. If you're a local in Florida, you understand weather can change so quickly. So please stay tuned, be ready for tomorrow, and that's also the time the live stream is going to change too, of course. So thank you once again for your patience. We just want to make sure everybody gets a chance to compete after all the work they've put in for this weekend.
We're sending car to burnout box. Send Paolo to burnout box.
Now we have our next driver going to the burnout box just to scrub out some tires, get some grip.
Yeah, but whoever that is, he's gonna go last in case he's still dripping.
All right, so it looks like up to the burnout box is going to be Paolo Mota, and that's because that was one of the drivers that unfortunately got a 0 in qualifying. So he's going to be out here looking to put down a run and hopefully get himself into the show. So how are you enjoying? I mean, everything's been pretty chaotic. Are you enjoying the chaos, the heat, the driving, the technicalities?
It's gonna sound weird, but I enjoy the heat. But the only thing I don't enjoy about it is the humidity aspect. But it's been a fun event, especially coming out here at Sebring and seeing all the people that come out here to support the drivers is really cool to see. Controlled chaos, I enjoy it. So. And I remember we were reading some comments on the YouTube stream. Yeah, we were talking about the milkshake earlier, and no, it wasn't spicy.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we haven't been paying much attention to the chat today, but tomorrow for the competition, we'll do our best to put a live stream up there. So if you've been asking us questions or you wanted more information on what's been going on today, we apologize. We will make sure that it's up. Right now, we just want to make sure the qualifying scores are all up in front of us and we get all of our technical difficulties all figured out for tomorrow. We're definitely using some new technology, so we're trying to make sure all of the judges have their own laptops so they can configure their scores and we can get a live update feed here. So should be pretty interesting. If you're watching live, definitely excited to be more engaged with you guys tomorrow.
Got this red Ford Mustang coming out here, being rowdy, scrubbing his tires, and trying to get set up. He's rolling up to the line. We're going to be waiting for the lights. Paolo was doing great on practice and getting some tandems. There were some issues that he was having and that was during the transitions. But we got him coming in for his second run. Paolo coming in with some left foot braking to get some initiation, but he is struggling to miss that outer zone. He did punt that cone, going into that inner clip, coming all the way around. He's trying to get that proximity and ride it, and he's getting that outer zone at the end. Here he comes to the final inner clip and just sending it all the way around. It was a lot better than before.
Better than before, but definitely still quite a bit messy. I think there's plenty that he could work on. I mean, a lot of these drivers are out here and they are still growing into cars. They're still dealing with issues. They're still looking to just deal with battles they might be challenging that are dealing with that are just popping up. So, you know, on his end, not sure what the ladder is, but he's doing a good job getting back out there and trying to get some other runs out of this. And the judges right now are looking to piece together what they can of this and hopefully come up with a score for it.
Yeah, sometimes sloppy things are actually good, like Sloppy Joe, but not during drifting.
I'm really glad that's where you went with that. Now, if you are still here, you've made it through this long day. We appreciate you. Believe us, we are feeling the exhaustion up here too. It's been a long one, especially with the heat we had earlier. I mean, it takes the energy out of you. It makes you so much more tired.
Yeah, I cramped coming up here.
I saw that. We were trying to get you up the ladder. It took you a couple times. I thought you were afraid of heights for a moment. I got a little worried
I actually
there.
am afraid of heights. That's why I look down and then remember and get away from it. But I was cramping up going up that ladder, and I'm like, all right, nah, I need to drink more water. Trying to get another restriping on that final outer zone. All right, we're having our next driver going to the burnout box to get set up. We're trying to be as efficient as possible with these drivers in this knockout elimination. Then the party starts. Extracurricular parties start, yeah. Like hydrating. Here we go. He's coming all the way around, trying to get a nice fill on that first zone. He is missing it slightly, getting a shallow line. He is full sending it on that second outer zone with one tire drop. Oh, a second tire drop going into the end of that outer zone. Will he transition and actually hit that final inner clip? A little wide on that.
So there we go, a decent run. I feel like the driver knows what they're doing, obviously, to be out here and to be competing in the Pro-Am, but that car seems like a rocket ship, and I think that the grip might just be running away from the driver a little bit as he makes his way through this course. It looks like he's just, he's not able to configure the car in a way that it can just get to every point on the track that he'd like it to get. You know, he's clearly aiming the car exactly where it needs to go, but getting it there is a whole other story, and I think it's just the anticipation of what his car is going to do, and I think it's just a seat time thing. I think he just needs a little bit more experience in that particular car. As a driver, he looks very talented, but definitely I think that some more seat time, especially on this track, in that setup exactly as it is, he could be amazing. It's just a matter of getting that car to get the results he wants it to give.
Yeah, it's all about being able to send that back end out there and then just getting back on throttle and actually making that tire spin so you can have that inertia going all the way around. It's when you're gripped up so much, there's so much you could do.
And it makes for a very twitchy car. You know,
Yeah.
like if you think you're gonna scrub and then it's only gonna scrub a little bit of speed, it's gonna scrub a lot. And then when you get on throttle, you're not gonna spin up super quickly. It's gonna take a little while, and your car's gonna lurch forward. You know, it's a whole different beast. If you came from a car that was just a very different setup with less grip or a different engine plant, to go from that, I mean, if you went from a stock 350Z to a car like that, it would just be like a whole different motorsport. It would feel a whole different experience. All right, we're almost through qualifying, guys. We only have a few more cars left to run to seal out our knockout qualifying. And once again, going to be an early start tomorrow. Check the USDrift circuit page for the update on the times.
Sending car to burnout box.
Yeah. No.
Send next car to burnout box. And you know, might be who it is.
All right, we have Gabe Jordan out in the burner box with that 350Z. One of the drivers I talked about earlier when I had a conversation earlier today. He's a fantastic person.
Yeah, very happy to see Gabriel Jordan out here. We did not get to see him do a qualifying run earlier, so his knockout qualifying run is actually his first qualifying run Not sure if he was having any kind of technical difficulty, but he's another regular out here. He's been with South Florida drifting scene all the way back to when County Line Dragway was a drift track, and very comfortable on that Z. He's now been driving that 350Z for a handful of years and making little changes and adjusting it as he goes along. So hopefully he's got everything working just fine without any issues. Here he goes into his initiation. He's very comfortable on this track. Let's see what he does getting onto this outside zone. He's a little bit shallow as he introduces himself a little bit deeper into that zone. There we go. We see his bumper tag in there a little bit. Coming across that inside clip now. We're looking for lots of commitment all the way on throttles. You see him in that zone again. Now let's see if he's going to be able to make something out of this. He gets a little bit deep. It might be 2 tires off. I'm not sure. And we see him wrap up the rest of the run. He just needs a score out of this, with this being the only opportunity he's had to lock himself into tomorrow. I saw the judges throw their hands up, so I'm a little bit worried it might have been 2 tires off, but the drone footage, as always, will reveal all. So I'll take a look here at the replay.
Coming into that first outer zone, he struggled to kind of send himself back in to the outer zone. He did touch it at the end. He clutch kicks all the way into it to dive into that inner clip and drive his back end all the way to, oh, mercy. Might have been 2, might have been 1. We'll see from the replay, but that could be a crucial mistake.
Yeah, it's a really tough call, especially because the drone was on the opposite side of the car from where that tire was. So we can only really see the angle on the opposite end of that we needed to see, and we can kind of just postulate on where that tire would be. So as you're watching the live stream right here, you can see it's as he makes his way around this corner. He just overshoots a little bit right there. It looks like it would likely be 2 tires, but it's really tough to tell exactly where that tire would have left that line. So they're looking at the replay right now. The judges are slowing that down, and that area where you just saw it happen on the Jumbotron, if you're here, or on the live stream, they're actually looking at that frame by frame right now to try and look that over. So, I mean, that'd be unfortunate if it's a 0. Rules are rules at the end of the day, but also at the same time, he may be having some car issues. I mean, he didn't get a chance to do a run earlier.
Yeah, if when you're coming into this kind of competition, especially what's at stake at the end of the season, you gotta just, if you get a 0, you take it in the chin and keep going. We got our next competitor out here in the burnout box.
All right, so yeah, we got word from the judges, and it looks exactly like what we were kind of thinking. Unfortunately, it looks like Gabe was 2 tires off. It looks like he was just enough to get that inner tire off the line, and a 2 tire off would mean a 0. So very unfortunate to see Gabe get a 0. I know that he's always out here every round looking to compete, and his car definitely looks like it was at the exact area where a lot of drivers have been having the same exact issue. So unfortunate to see that happen. I mean, he's definitely going to be here to hang out and have fun for the rest of the weekend. He's an awesome driver. I would definitely recommend going by and saying hello. He's definitely super approachable, and is very happy to be here for everyone. And here we go. Luis Lorza is going to go ahead and do his next run. Doing a great job getting that outer zone. Now, this is a driver that got a 0 last run, so we want to see him go ahead and commit and not make any mistakes. We know that it's okay for him to be shallow, which we're seeing a little bit from right here. He wants to just avoid washing out where he's been having trouble, and it looks like he kept it in the lines that time as he transitions and makes his way across the finish line. So definitely not a top qualifying run right there, but conservative in what he needs in order to get into the show. So very happy to see that. That should be enough to secure him a spot for tomorrow.
Yeah, he did do a very conservative run. He's just trying to get himself into the bracket for tomorrow to try to compete. That just because if he does get a low score, doesn't mean he is not a person to watch. So while we see this run, you'll see him barely flirt with the outer zone 2. Going into this final inner clip, and he kind of dives a little bit too late into that clip.
Well, and this is where we saw a driver that's going to end up now later in the bracket, but he was on the podium last round, and he was also second place qualifier last round. So now he's going to be closer to the bottom of the bracket. That means that he's going to go against one of the more top qualifiers. So we might see a battle worthy of seeing in the finals.
Yep.
Early on in competition tomorrow. It might be one of the first battles we see tomorrow is going to be him versus another top competitor in qualifying, and it's going to shake something out because one of them is going to have to stop their journey for tomorrow right then and there at that battle and is automatically not going to be able to move on, and they're going to have to fight, and it's going to be a bloodbath between him and the other driver.
That would be awesome. But we'll see later on what the judges say about that. Well, it looks like we have 2 more drivers coming up.
It looks like we have 2 or 3 cars left.
We have the last driver at grid. I have John Temple at grid, and then I have Sergio, and I have Nate Jordan. John Temple, yes, all drivers. And the order you just called them out on is the order that we'll run in. That's how I took it. Thank you, guys.
All right, next up to the burnout box is going to be John Temple, which we saw out here earlier today. He unfortunately went 2 tires off, but he is a regular out here. We know he's capable of putting down a score to secure him tomorrow. And once again, another driver. We were talking about people with diverse portfolios. He's a driver who's done SCCA racing. We also know that he's pretty brave as he's a veteran. He went out there and he was actually an engineer. He was part of a couple different squadrons, including the guys that do breach charges. I mean, you're probably more knowledgeable on what those types of crews were like. I looked through. He was able to provide me a little bit more information on his background, which I was very thankful for. And being able to hear that a veteran is choosing to do something like this, I love it because this is ultimately a team sport at the end of the day, and something you leave the Army or military with is a sense of camaraderie. And I think that follows you when you go into something that's like a team sport like this.
Yeah, definitely, especially with the camaraderie part. And man, engineers, I have a special place in my heart with them. I deployed with engineers. We did route clearance patrol, had a great time there. Basically played hide and seek with the IEDs, but these guys they have a certain type of, let's say, bravado and excitement to them, and they enjoy the controlled chaos aspect. And I hope he puts out a banger and a gangster initiation into this one.
We'll have to see what he does. We know he's very capable. Happy to see him out here. He's going to get one more chance to get in the show. So let's see what he's going to put together. He's left the burnout box. He's pulled up to the line, and I'm sure he can feel his anticipation growing as he gets off. And the light goes red. We go 3, 2, 1, green light, and he's leaving the line right now. Let's see how much speed he's going to pick up. Momentum is the name of the game for this track. Let's see that he's going to execute on it. We see him initiate right here. He's staying on the inside. He's carrying a mid-line. He's getting a little bit closer to the outside zone as he finishes up there. Inner clip right here. Now here's where he's going to need to just tidy this up. He needs to secure a score and not wash out here as he just makes his way around the track. He's going to be able to yank that e-brake, wrap himself around. And his goal right here was just to keep it between the lines. Now, that is going to be a pretty tough run to judge just because of the fact that he was off of most of the zones. He did at least keep it within the lines, and I think right there what we just saw is an attempt to just secure a score where he had to just be really conservative. I mean, he was in the middle of the track for most of the run, and understandably so, because in this track you just have to give it all of your momentum to be able to just hopefully get on the zone. But a little bit of miscalculation and you overshoot, and I think that's what got him last time, is that, you know, he got a little bit shaken up, tried to get back on tempo, had tons of momentum, and while that's what you need, he just had a little too much, and that's all that warranted him that 0 last run. So we'll see what the judges put together for that. Hopefully he's at least able to get a score. It doesn't have to be much. It just has to be something, and then he'll be secured for tomorrow.
Yeah, if you notice on the replay with when he does his run-up, he does a very early initiation that sets him up for that middle of the track run. And then he just dives in, hits the inner clip going into that second outer zone. And he does bobble, and he tries to send his back end out to try to reach that outer zone. But I am unsure on how the judges are going to look at this. As the judges are deliberating, we're going to send our next car into the burnout box.
All right, so now we have Sergio moving over to the burnout box, and we'll go ahead and we'll riff off some of those qualifying scores in just a moment while we wait for it to compile. It looks like right there we at least have some scores coming in that should secure a spot for Luis Lanz and also for John Temple. We're just not certain what those scores are going to finalize as. So that's at least good news from what we can see on our end. And like we were talking about earlier, I mean, you really can't ding yourself too much. If you're getting to the point where you got to do the second run for the knockout qualifier, you just got to get in. I mean, you really just cannot critique yourself too much. Don't even beat yourself up on whatever is wrong with the run. Just get a run down. Like, just get in and worry about tomorrow.
Yeah, especially when you're going into we're seeing qualifying now. And this usually happens in all drift competitions. And with these drivers, they just got to get into the bracket so that when they come out here to do a battle, they could be a fierce competitor. And we see our competitor coming in, trying to get a generous flick into the first outer zone. He is riding the outer zone, and it seems like he is a little bit generous with that throttle into that first outer zone. Now he sends it into the second outer zone, getting a low to mid line, trying to ride it, missing it a little bit in the middle, coming into the final zone. And if he can get that angle, unfortunately doesn't, goes riding on the outer line of that final turn.
So that should at least be a score. I didn't see anything that would warrant a 0 on that one. But if you're listening here in the audience, or maybe you can hear it on the stream, we heard a lot of uncertain throttle modulation there. And as you can tell by the sound, that's a turbo car. So, you know, it's not only going to be a benefit for him as far as judging goes to just try and work on having a little bit more consistent throttle, but as a boosted car, you really want to try and stay consistently on the throttle so that way you don't have to rebuild your boost. It sounds like that car is able to build boost rather quickly, but there's no denying that he would just be able to be comfortable in the power band in boost if he were to just not come completely off the throttle. It sounds like he's driving a little bit closer to as if he had a V8, and it might just be a little bit of conservatism leading to that type of driving style on that run that we just saw, but definitely that car seems like it'd be really well set up if he just leans into it a bit more.
Yeah, if you just pin that throttle down a little bit and just be able to let the car eat. That's the biggest thing. Let the car eat up the track, eat up the lines all the way through. If you're just gonna not get that throttle modulation down, it's gonna end up biting you in the tail.
All right, yeah. So final score we got for John Temple there was a pretty minimal score. It is a 23, which is not very high, but it's at least a score. It's points, and it's going to get him in the game. And same thing with Luis Lanz. He's in the 50s. I believe that was a 57 that we saw there. So yeah, that's he was second place qualifier last round. This time definitely not the case, but like we said, it's going to be a bloodbath because we know he's a good driver. He just had to do something conservative to get in the game for tomorrow. So when he's up against someone tomorrow, we know that driver's going to have their work cut out for him.
Yeah, especially when you know how great he did on the previous round.
Or even during practice. You've been here during practice.
Yeah, he's been doing baller chases during practice, baller leads, but it's also a new track and compared to the previous round. So it's going to be a different season, right? And with having this layout down, especially running this track, we might find new champs.
And this is going to be our the conclusion to qualifying coming up right here. We have our last driver about to make a run for it to try and solidify himself a position in competition. All right, so our last driver to try and get himself a position in knockout qualifying is going to be Nathaniel Jordan, who's over there at the burnout box. You're going to hear him heating up his tires in just a moment. And thank you guys so much for being a part of our day today, a part of qualifying or a part of the stream if you're watching online. Once again, and just one last reminder, as just, and not to be a broken record, but it's important we just let everyone know that we have changed the schedule for tomorrow. Please make your way over to the US Drift Circuit Instagram page to check out what the updates are going to be. The track is going to go hot at 8 a.m. and then 8:45 is when the competition is going to start, along with the stream. This is a big change from what it was going to be. We're going to have an early afternoon start, but we're expecting some inclement weather, so that's going to help us make sure all these drivers get a chance to prove themselves without any cancellations. So we apologize for the inconvenience, but we plan to be up and ready to give you a full show just earlier in the morning tomorrow.
All right, now we got Nathaniel Jordan lining up. He had an issue earlier. Now he got it fixed. He had some fluid leaking down. We have him coming in, and he is roaring down.
So here we go. Nathaniel Jordan hopefully not letting that leak turn into our last fireball submission, going onto that outer zone, looking to fill it out perfectly. We know he's an underpowered driver, so he's going to have to work with the momentum. We see him running over that clipping point, trying to move over that body weight of that Mustang to shift the opposite direction. We hear his throttle inputs to just try and move him from zone to zone. And it looks like he avoided going off. Nothing spectacular as far as angle goes, but he did a good job at least working with what he could to get across the line. I'm not really sure what happened there with the inner zone that he might have punted. I'm hoping he didn't straighten out completely there. So we're just gonna have to take a look. And all right, so we're looking at this, and the judges are kind of talking with me on what the feedback is here. Oh, and it looks like he had to straighten right on initiation, which was a little bit tough for us to see here. So he had to straighten right there on initiation, and then on top of that, it was just very difficult for him to stay in it. So that's going to be an unchaseable lead run in the eyes of the judges, and that is going to be a 0. So it's an unfortunate end to our night here, but let's go ahead and wrap things up with a quick summary of what it looks like going into tomorrow. So your US Drift Circuit Formula Drift Pro-Am Round 2 competition qualifier. First, second, and third places. First place with Nick Ward holding an 83. Stephen Tassinaro in second place with an 82. And Erick Nogueira in third place with a 77. Notable highlights are that we have a handful of drivers that we're going to shake things up that are having better times with their cars this year. We want to thank everyone that's been a part of this, and just remember we're starting nice and bright and early. And Tiny, what are you talking about for tomorrow? What do you think it's going to be like? Are you excited?
I am so excited to see these drivers battle it out, and most importantly, let's get some door action tomorrow.
All right, well, thank you so much once again for joining us here at US Drift Circuit. We hope to see you all bright and early tomorrow at 8:45 a.m. with our new schedule. So thanks once again, and we'll see you tomorrow.